Good morning, everyone. Everything okay? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the February 14th meeting of the Community and Public Services Committee. I want to first of all acknowledge that this place where we are gathered today is the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory. We thank the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, including the Cree, the Dene, the Saulteaux, the Nakota Sioux and Blackfoot peoples. And we also acknowledge this as the Métis homeland and home of the largest concentration of Inuit south of the 60th parallel. This has long been a welcoming place for all peoples who come from around the world to share Edmonton as a home. And together we call upon our collective honor, traditions, and spirits to work in building a great city for today and for future generations. I'll start with a roll call. First of all, of committee members. Councillor Jans. Councillor Tang.
Sorry, here. Councillor Jans is here.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
And I will go to other councillors. I can't see everybody on the screen, so if you're here, just please say hello. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Mayor Sohi.
Good morning, everyone.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
And Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
So we have all of council present today for this important conversation. I'll take a motion for adoption of the agenda.
So
moved.
Well, now I get to pick. Councillor Tang.
So moved.
Thank you. Please vote on adoption of the agenda. Oh, do I have it? Sorry, just a minute. Adoption of the agenda. Adopted with the following changes: the addition of 6.1, the anti-racism strategy, and replacement report, and a request to reschedule report 5.1, Recreation Center Master Plan, District and Local Level Funding Strategy options for recreation centers. I'm sure that's what Councillor Tang intended to move.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, for me, Madam Clerk.
Thank you,
Yes, for
Councillor
me
Tang.
too.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Just waiting for Mayor Sohi's vote.
I'm a yes as well. Some reason the e-scribe vote is not popping up. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Approval of the minutes of the January 31st, 2022 meeting. Take a motion on that.
So moved.
Thank you. Please vote. Councillor Tang, please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Just waiting for Mayor Sohi's vote.
Yes.
Thank you. We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Protocol items. I am not aware of any this morning. Selection of items for debate. I will select 6.1 to start. Is anybody interested in any of the 5 items? I'll take a motion then to accept and approve all items not selected for debate.
So move, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Just waiting for Councillor Jans.
I'm a yes as well.
We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Madam Chair, would you please summarize what we've approved so far today?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This morning, Community and Public Services Committee has passed the recommendations of the following reports without debate. Item 5.1, Recreation Center Master Plan, District and Local Level, Funding Strategy Options for Recreation Centers with a revised due date of May 16th, 2022. Item 5.2, Revitalization Community Development Strategy with a revised due date of March 7, 2022. Item 5.3, Amendments to Bylaw 14614, Public Places Bylaw, Restorative Justice Practices with a revised due date of April 25, 2022. Item 5.4, Transit Fare Fines Repayment Options with a revised due date of June 13, 2022. And item 5.5, Access to Supports and Services within Transit Stations Program and/or Delivery Proposals with a revised due date of to be determined.
Thank you. We'll now move to requests to speak, and I have the list here in front of me of those requests to speak, so I'll make this motion. My list is in a slightly different order than the list you may have at home, everyone, so please follow along. I will move that Community and Public Services Committee hear from the following speakers in a panel as follows. Saul Rollinger from the Diversity Centre of Edmonton, Marshall Hundert from the Diversity Centre of Edmonton, Brent Busettlers, I'm sorry if I got your name wrong, please correct me when your opportunity comes. Number 4, Sharif Haji. 5, Tamiro Mohammed from the Islamic Family and Social Services Association. Number 6, Lena Awad, Islamic Family and Social Services Association. Number 7, Omar Yaqib, Islamic Family and Social Services Association. Number 8, Trent Daley, Islamic Family and Social Services Association. Number 9, Haroon Ali, Edmonton's Future. 10, Gemma Dunn from the Edmonton Chamber of Voluntary Organizations. Number 11, Elle Jones. 12, Jeanetta Jamerson from Black Women United YEG. 13, Rose Eva Forbes Jenkins. Number 14, Eufoma Adebala from the Rees Community Foundation. 15, Ellie Danavi, Center for Race and Culture. 16, Alan Wojcik. 17, Lloyd Cardinal, End Poverty Edmonton Indigenous Circle. All of our speakers will be joining us remotely today. Please vote on that motion.
Sorry, just a point of order, Mr. Chair. I'm aware of at least one more speaker who's not on that list.
We've just received a urgent request to speak. Is the name Courtney Boucher?
That's right. Thank you.
Perfect. May we add her to the end of the list, Mr. Chair?
Sure, we'll add Courtney Boucher, number 18. Very good. With that addition, please vote.
Just looking for Councillor Jans and Mayor Sohi's votes.
Yes.
Thank
In
you.
favor.
Thank you. We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Just ask everybody to mute until it's your turn to speak, please. Request for time specific. We only have one item, so we'll be moving to that directly. Are there any councillor inquiries this morning? Not aware of any? Very good. That takes us to item 6.1, the anti-racism strategy. And I'll go first to Mr. Corbould for some introductory comments. Mr. Corbould.
Thank you very much, Councillor and Chair. I just want to confirm you can hear me.
Yes, we can, loud and clear.
Yes. Thank you. Good morning. Today we are focused on a discussion of the anti-racism strategy. As directed by Council at the beginning of November, administration and members of the community have created, in a collaborative decision-making way, the strategy being discussed today. I'm pleased to be joined today by Dunia Noor, President of the African Canadian Civic Engagement Council, by Youth Council representatives David Yao, Noshin Akia, and Aisha Irfan, and by Shalini Sinha, Chair of the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee. The strategy in front of committee today stems from a strong community voice, and that voice is what you'll hear today. The community members involved will speak for themselves and for the ideas and insights they have provided through this strategy. I join them here today in making the recommendations in this report, which are supported by administration. And we are ready to continue this important work, and there is a lot more work to do. Together, we are bringing forward 2 recommendations today. Firstly, that the Community and Public Services Committee recommend to Council that the anti-racism strategy as set out in Attachment 5 of this report be approved. Secondly, that the 2022 operating expenditure budget for the Social Development Branch be increased by $2 million on a one-time basis with funding from the Edmonton Police Services Fund held within financial strategies. This is in addition to the $1.2 million approved by Council in the fall budget for a total of $3.2 million to be used in anti-racism work in this fiscal year. We also plan on bringing forward a more fulsome funded package for Council's consideration as part of the fall budget request for the next 4 years. And we anticipate that budget request to include all the resources required to implement these recommendations going forward to Council. This strategy is a direct result of the Mayor and Council's inaugural motion from November 1st, 2021, which states that the administration work with the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee and the BIPOC community in a collaborative decision-making way to develop actionable items and a comprehensive strategy on anti-racism that addresses hate-based violence and supports for community experiencing hate and violence, champions anti-racist and anti-violence initiatives to the provincial and federal governments to secure resources and support, and advocating for legislative tools, and work with partners to support and amplify anti-racist initiatives and responses. Through the collaboration over past months, we've developed outcomes for this strategy, and I would like to highlight what those intended outcomes are or desired outcomes. Firstly, reducing with the intent of eliminating incidents of racism and hate-based violence in Edmonton. Disempowering the causes of such violence, that is to disempower racism in all its forms, and empowering anti-racism into as many layers as possible within this city. Stimulating healing and facilitating recovery for communities affected by hate-based violence. Increasing a sense of solidarity and connectedness between all diversities and communities in Edmonton. Increasing knowledge of anti-racism in Edmonton and among our partners. Advocating for and achieving anti-racist and anti-violent initiatives, resources, and legislative tools from the provincial and the federal government. And influencing all organizations and partners in Edmonton to create anti-racism strategies and policies and connect them to the city's long-term anti-racism strategy and plan. Now, these outcomes can be measured and achieved through the following mechanisms. First, fostering deep, trusting relationships with members of the Indigenous, Black, and racialized communities, especially in relation to the most excluded and marginalized within these communities. This includes, and is not exclusive, to 2S LGBTQ plus people, Black Muslim women, youth disabled people and seniors, and there is a need to uplift the voices and ideas from these communities. Recording, tracking, and monitoring incidents of racism, hate, and reporting trends. Collecting, analyzing, and reporting on disaggregated data related to racism and intersectional themes. Providing effective and accessible anti-racism education and communication to Edmontonians generally and BIPOC communities specifically. Fostering healing from trauma and the causes of violence and lateral violence. Strengthening grassroots BIPOC-led organizations through funding and structural support. Making recommendations on anti-racism to City Council and other partners. And creating accountability structures for anti-racism in Edmonton. Now, the proposed anti-racism strategy, as outlined in Attachment 5, outlines the following 3 actions to advance the ongoing efforts of anti-racism in Edmonton, and these are the 3 major immediate priorities being recommended. Firstly, establish an independent anti-racism body. A community-driven, equitably resourced body that is independent from other bodies such as the city administration, the Edmonton Police Service, school boards and districts, and others. This body will be established to oversee anti-racism in Edmonton and have the ability to stimulate reflection on and challenging systemic racism at all levels in this city. Secondly, create a high-level anti-racism organization in the city administration. This would be a new anti-racism organization within administration created to challenge racism within the City of Edmonton Corporation, including challenging systemic racism, developing a culture of anti-racism, embedding anti-racist action into all processes within administration, and acting as a collaborative partner with the independent anti-racism body to co-create a long-term anti-racism strategy and plan for this city. And thirdly, provide core operational and capacity building funding in order to strengthen grassroots BIPOC-led organizations and support them to be more effective with work that empowers BIPOC communities, influences the greater Edmonton culture, and is linked to long-term goals in an anti-racism strategy and plan for Edmonton. The city would establish funding for core operations, capacity building, and other needs identified through collaborative decision-making. Should the proposed anti-racism strategy be approved, an implementation plan and detailed financing strategy will need to be developed for council, and this must be created in a collaborative decision-making way. Contributing to the formation of a just and equitable society is work that is constantly underway. For those who were part of the process to get us here today, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your time, your voice, your perspective, and your perseverance in a system that does not make it easy. And for those who feel they were not consulted or not consulted to the extent they would have liked, we want to hear from you. There is still more work to be done, and I highly encourage you to reach out to your councillor or administration, and we will ensure you have a voice in the work moving forward. And with that, I would like to turn things over to Ms. Dunia North. Dunia.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. First and foremost, I wish to acknowledge that the land on which I'm located in and virtually joining you from today is Treaty 6 territory, the traditional meeting grounds and home for many Indigenous people of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit in Alberta. And I express my deepest gratitude and respect for the land I call home and the cultural keepers and the elders. And I pledge to uphold and continuously reflect on the truth and reconciliation. As elders that I've worked with intimately and closely have taught me that we are all treaty people, and being a treaty person comes with shared responsibility. My name is Dunya Nur, and I'm an African Muslim woman of Somali heritage. My community, myself, and my family have bared the brunt of many of the attacks that took place in the city of Edmonton. We have saw, we have heard, we have witnessed the tragedy and experienced the unfortunate circumstances of all level of government staying silent, and lack of policy, lack of protection, and unfortunately also silence spoke louder than words. However, I'm happy to say that I'm from a resilient community, a community that knows how to survive violent crimes, because this is historically in our DNA. For my people who are deeply rooted in their culture and are critically aware and respond to their surroundings, when we reflect on what it means to be a treaty person in Canada and Edmonton, Alberta, when we reflect on the truth and reconciliation, when we reflect on the 94 calls to action, when we reflect on Canada's legacies of the residential school, as people of African descent, it brings emotions out of us that is sad and holds the complexity of being overwhelmed, disgusted, repulsed, heartbroken, and we also relive the trauma of the historical traumas of our ancestors and our parents and grandparents, what we have experienced in the motherland, and why some of us were uprooted and dislocated from our land because of the experience that is deeply rooted and cannot be separated from colonization and enslavement. That is our migration story to Canada. And what we know is that colonization and colonial genocide is a slow moving process that takes place till today. Today is an important day as we review together the 90-day anti-racism strategy, a motion that was tabled by our mayor, Amarjeet Sohi, who asked the city officials to work with Edmonton's Anti-Racism Advisory Committee and BIPOC communities to address hate-based violence in the city of Edmonton, and also find a way to repair the harm and restore hope and provide support for those who experienced hate-motivated crime. As we gather to review this document, this working document, because 90 days cannot understand or unpack racism, but the truth is this is historical in the sense that it's never been done with a limited time to prioritize and bring a concrete action. We review this document today, also in a sacred month, the month of Black History, a month that challenges us to reflect and not forget of the unforgettable and uncomfortable truth. For people of African descent, Black History Month is every day, everywhere in our spirit. It is our mandate to every organization, every movement, and everything we advocate for, and all the organizations that we lead. That is our mandate. As the president of the African Canadian Civic Engagement Council, our mandate is to protect and preserve the dignity of people of African descent, all people of African descent. This month, particularly when it comes to Black History Month, is also a month of deep sadness. It's a month where we mourn the pain, grieve, and carry the ancestral trauma of our ancestors. But it's also a month that brings hope, a month that brings awareness, a month that encourages healing, bonding, reconnecting, and paving the way forward. It's a month that requires us to intimately reflect on how we need to continuously promote, respect, protect, and fulfill the protection and priority of the human rights of all people of African descent. Historically, we have been the most marginalized. And people of African descent are not monoliths. We don't have one particular culture. We have diverse cultures. And we have various different indigenous ways of knowing the world. This month requires us to understand what that means, and also acknowledging and understanding that our histories and our experiences and our existence and our past predates colonization, enslavement. When the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee came to our community and asked us to provide an insight and build this document for recommendation of what the anti-racism strategy would look like, sisters from the Black African community that are Muslim sat together in a circle. And we had a way of understanding and first and foremost, also making sense of our pain. And for the longest time, for the past year and a half, we've been trying to reclaim all the spaces in which these violent attacks took place. And what we said that could not have been separated and could not be ignored is that there's a culture. There's a culture that our city is experiencing that is rooted in anti-Black racism, that is rooted in gender-based violence, that is rooted in Islamophobia, and it is disproportionately targeting Black Muslim women from the African community. We are the recipient of that direct pain and those who bear the brunt of a lot of traumatic, unfortunately, a lot of traumatic memories that we continuously relive. It is painful for me to even talk today because the past week, our office has been overwhelmed with sisters, with mothers, with grandmothers who have been attacked and are continuously being attacked. So not only are we the service providers, but we also are the ones that are advocating at a policy level. When we sat together, what we asked ARC, the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, is we want a body, an independent anti-racism body. Because racism perpetrates persistent disadvantages through discriminatory process and policies in state organizations and private institutions. And the reality is these structural systems also trickle down culture at a community level, at a communal level, cultures that enact violent crimes. And we became the recipient of those crimes. We ask for an independent anti-racism body that should have the power to train, monitor, evaluate, complete audits, provide direct recommendations to the city council with no one in between, and the obligation being to report directly to the city council. What we ask for is the creation of a body that will hold the city accountable through the Alberta human rights legislation, because the city of Edmonton was created by the province, and therefore this body that we're advocating for and its mandate should be and should fulfill the Alberta human rights legislation and the Charter of Rights and Freedom. And what we ask for is to center intersectionality, is to center youth voice, is to center the experience of those that are from the Indigenous community, that are from communities of African descent, that also are Muslim women and girls, specifically Black Muslim women and girls who have been attacked in our city. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you for being part of this difficult conversation. I want to make something very clear. The past 2 months has been difficult for us, and adding to this report, talking about our experiences with limited capacity, with limited resources, reliving our trauma, trying to make sense of our trauma, and then trying to figure out how we can be safe in our city has been very labor intensive. But what I can say is that we built an intentional community. And I am glad that my sister, Ufoma, who has been doing this work with us for a long period of time, is joining us today. I'm also glad that people like Elle Jones from the African community of Nova Scotia, who we are also learning a lot of their blueprint from in terms of how to address anti-racism frameworks and strategies at a structural level, is also joining us today. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Does that complete our delegation's presentation?
No, Councillor, we're now going to hand things over to our youth council. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
And then
Andre.
to ARAC. Go ahead, Notion. Thank you.
The racialized experience is so incessant, so inescapable, that even as I edit this report last week, my dad calls me to tell me about a woman harassing him on the LRT. Even as I prepare for this presentation, I turn on my phone to see another community safety alert for an attacker of an Indigenous teen. Even as I speak today, I live with some level of distrust and fear in my environment. I was once asked by a classmate why the government needs to be involved in this fight against racism. Why we point fingers at political structures and beg them to do something. That was when I saw, up close, what the disconnect was. For her, there was a disconnect between understanding that her racialized friends have had poor experiences because of racist individuals, and understanding that racism simultaneously exists for them systemically. She hadn't yet seen behind the curtain the systemic racism that her peers were facing in schools, in the criminal justice system, in the media. In the process of her work with the anti-racism strategy, systemic injustices have been revealed. The effort of administration, ARAC, CUIC, and BIPOC to overcome issues of being under-resourced and overworked was what allowed this report to come through, despite the circumstances. The strategy presented today sets a foundation for fighting systemic racism. It creates a collaborative network of anti-racist organization, which we hope will starkly contrast the current situation of anti-racist work within the city organization. My name is Notion, a settler to Amiskwachi Waskahikan. I am the policy co-chair of the City of Edmonton Youth Council. CUIC provides policy input to the City Council and produces initiatives to benefit youth in the city. Also here from CUIC are Aisha Irfan and David Yao. David?
Good morning, everyone. I'm one of the leads of the Social Equity Initiative in the City of Edmonton Youth Council. As a Youth Advisory Committee to the City of Edmonton Council, we hold a general belief that the youth demographic is constantly being overlooked and crucial systemic issues. One of these issues is the experience of racism, and in particular, the inherent inequitable structure of our city and how it has far-reaching consequences for all demographics, including youth. Not only is this a serious problem that Edmontonian youth face, we found our perspective in citywide anti-racism reports to be rather limited. This can be exemplified through the former Safety and Wellbeing Initiative, in which myself, Aisha, and other CYC members formulated a response to the State of All report last year. The main goal of this initiative was to capture the youth perspective in writing a response, and although we were satisfied with our work, we realized that the opportunity for collaboration was not present. This is why we were excited upon hearing that this report, unlike others, is based on collaborative decision-making between community members. Through our involvement in the anti-racism strategy, delegation, and partnership with ARAC, we are determined to establish a precedent for youth groups such as CYC to be consulted in the drafting of anti-racism reports, especially one with the implementation of policies. We support the independent body as it will create a well-resourced way for the youth perspective to be more effectively integrated. We are here today to assure this. In January, the City of Edmonton Youth Council approved an initiative team to continue working alongside community organizations and collecting the youth perspective in hopes of implementing these thoughts into future anti-racism work. If any youth are listening and would like to be involved, please consider joining our initiative team. The three main recommendations discussed today have been examined through a youth lens through the work of this newly formed initiative team, rather than collecting the perspective of all youth in Edmonton. Aisha will elaborate on this more.
Thank you, David. My name is Aisha Irfan. I'm the other policy co-chair alongside Notion. We, as representatives of CYC, do not represent the perspective of Edmonton's youth demographic. However, through our own lived experiences, research, and data that was conducted last year, we are present here to apply a youth lens on anti-racism and how today's discussion may impact youth like ourselves right now and in the future. We utilize this lens not only on today's anti-racism strategy, but also on our last year's initiative team's examination of the Community Safer for All report. Moving forward, as David elaborated, CYC aims to represent the youth perspective within the implementation phase of the anti-racism strategy report. This will be achieved through collaborating and engaging with youth groups in the community who were not given the same opportunity to speak at the same table as us right now. One way that racism's destructive power often goes unchecked by structures of governance is how racism affects youth. Our experiences as youth have the power to unconsciously impact the rest of our lives. As a Pakistani Muslim woman, growing up hearing statements such as, "You look so exotic," or "Wow, your English is so good," was something that I thought was normal for a surprisingly long time. I even went as far as thinking that these were compliments. Like, "Wow, can you believe it? They said that my English was so good." Even though I was born and raised in Canada. It wasn't until recently I began to understand that these were truly microaggressions and racist remarks influenced by internal bias. The devastating part is that I know many other youth like myself who grew up hearing microaggressions and faced intensive racism themselves. I'm currently 17 years old. However, I know that even when I turn 45, I will still hold on to these racist incidents and remember how I felt in the moment. If we don't take the step towards implementing an anti-racist framework in Edmonton, then chances are those individuals who stated these racist remarks might never learn and continue stating them even when they turn 45. We are here, present, in front of all of you today to help create an anti-racist Edmonton for youth so they can worry about finishing their homework instead of fearing to be called a racist slur at school. We are here to show that the youth lens on anti-racism is imperative to the vision of an anti-racist Edmonton. And on that note, I would like to thank you for listening to us today and for giving us the opportunity to speak at the table today as equal stakeholders. I will now pass it on to the chair of Edmonton's Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, Shalini.
Thank you so much, Aisha. And I honor and respect the speakers who've come before me. I want to acknowledge that we bring this report to you while on Treaty 6 land. For many of us here, it is not our Indigenous land to be on. I want to honor the efforts of Indigenous peoples in completely unfair conditions and being met with hate instead of what they deserve, which was fully open-hearted love. To communicate with people continuing to colonize and settle on their homeland and deeply oppress them. Their work through truth and reconciliation is also what made it possible to bring you this report today. And we bring you this report with the intention of being in relationship with Indigenous peoples and communities and standing against the racism against Indigenous peoples. We also bring this report to you during Black History Month, and also what has paved the way to create a climate where we can bring these ideas to City Council now was the efforts of the Black Lives Matter movement, the murder of George Floyd, a Black man killed by police. Furthermore, what has really focused our minds in Edmonton has been the frequent and consistent attacks on visibly Muslim African women in Edmonton. I ask all Edmontonians to think about what conditions exist in our city to allow us to be that place where Edmontonians violently attack Edmontonians and use the markers of skin color and religion to anger, that anger and hate can thrive. I'm the chair of the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, and I'm honored to have the support of all our committee members today. ARIC's vision during this report was to hold accountability for collaborative decision-making between ARIC, BIPOC communities, and administration, and that the ideas that are needed to address the root causes of hate and violence will actually and effectively reduce racism with the aim of reducing and ending hate-based violence in Edmonton. I believe the 3 recommendations in this report, the independent anti-racism body, the high office within administration, and the core operational funding for grassroots BIPOC-led organizations work to do this. As we were looking to community to bring them together and to think of ideas, one of the things I noticed is that the ideas we brought forward to you are not new. What is new is, I hope, the political will and the public will in Edmonton to move these ideas at this time. However, I want to honor and respect those who came before us to bring these very types of ideas to City Council before, who have fought in many stages and many places to try and bring anti-racist ideas to Edmonton. The most significant idea in this report is the independent anti-racism body. It is the key idea that does something different to the system that currently exists. And it is the key idea, when we bring it together correctly, that we'll be able to stand against systemic racism wherever it is forming in Edmonton and stand as a collaborative partner, always driven by BIPOC communities in decision-making that affects them. Even though the time was very short to bring together a strategy within 100 days, ARIC had already established a culture and practice of anti-racism and anti-oppression, which we activated to bring this forward. We have always functioned human connection first, building relationships first. We have always functioned in ways to try and hold space for each other in relationship with each other, and in this way stand against the traditional colonizing strategies of divide and conquer, which can dismantle our efforts. And many people call this lateral violence. We work to build friendships and relationships and connection and space and hope. When we first started going out to communities in Edmonton to ask for ideas, the first thing we noticed was how deeply damaged and hurt the relationships were in community with the city because of what had come before by those who had made extreme efforts to bring anti-racism into Edmonton. Because our time was very, very short, we worked through our anti-oppressive practice to strategize, to connect with and meet with the most excluded and the most marginalized within our BIPOC communities. And in that way, we did not do protocol or what is normally expected and go around to the established leaders of BIPOC organizations. And for any of those who felt mistreated by a lack of connection or left out, I apologize. And I ask you to stand with us to consider what we did do in the short time that we had as volunteers, which was we took our connections to and we raised the voices of the most marginalized in our communities. Our 2S LGBTQ plus members, our youth, our Muslim women, with special attention to Black people and Indigenous people. We worked to the belief that the ideas of the most excluded also consider and uplift the experiences of those who have more privileges. However, the ideas of those who have more privileges can sometimes unconsciously neglect the needs and experiences of the most excluded. And I ask you to look at the report and consider, are the ideas that you wanted to express and needed reflected in this report? And I'm sure we don't have everything yet, and this is a work in progress. But I do believe what we have at the foundation of this are the keys to challenge the root causes of hate-based violence and systemic racism in Edmonton, to impact Edmontonians such that we can actually reduce experiences of racist ideas and behaviors towards eliminating racism in Edmonton. I'd like to share with you a couple of things that were unique in our experience of the process that I don't think anyone else could have experienced, and I mean our other partners' administration. One is that when we created a space for community to come together, nobody had to explain what they experience because we all know. And furthermore, at no point in putting forth ideas did anyone have to justify why this idea was going to be impactful, because we all know. And so what we were able to do in the short time that we had was to take our ideas even deeper. Once the initial ideas were on the table, and they were not a surprise because they are not new, we were able to interrogate them and examine them as deeply as we could. And being BIPOC people who usually have to work to a much higher standard than others to even be considered, we critically interrogated those ideas even deeper than anyone might have thought. And so what we have been able to do is bring forward some well-founded, well-structured ideas at this point. And I am deeply proud of the work that has been done and everyone who was involved. I will give you one picture. When we did finally get access to the draft report to make comments and then in turn come to rewrite the report from our perspective, there were no less than 16 people from the most marginalized communities in Edmonton, layering in their thinking, giving their comments, and contributing to that report. And that was collaborative. I will speak just a moment to the experience that we had in working with an administration. This will not surprise anyone in the BIPOC community. We have written about it in attachment 1. It was an extremely difficult process. And in that process, we were able to demonstrate and exemplify how systemic issues can work. And I want to thank members of administration for their support in trying to facilitate everything we were bringing forward and for us to write this clearly so that we could all work together to try and create a systemic change in Edmonton. I do want to acknowledge that while there is will to move this at this time, not everyone is going to be happy about this. Not everyone can see that anti-racism improves the lives of every Edmontonian. Not everyone understands that when we center humanness and connection and love first, that the quality and happiness of every Edmontonian goes up. Some will continue to feel that they are threatened, that access to power and decision-making and money is being taken from them. And I'm not confused that some will be working against us, whether consciously or unconsciously. And I'm very proud of the relationships we have built. And I know that in order for us to keep going on this road, of which this is only the first step, we must continue to be connected and work together. To frame this, I would like to bring in a quote from a most beautiful Indigenous woman, writer, and activist who passed away recently, in recent months. Her work, even while I was away from Canada, when I would come back, I would browse through the University of Alberta bookshop and other niche bookshops to find specific materials on anti-racism that I couldn't get over there. Lee Maracle has a book, I Am Woman, and in it she wrote, "Nowhere in the white male conception of history has love been a motive for getting things done. That is unnatural." And so as I reflect on this day, I want to honor again all the work that has been done in Truth and Reconciliation to pave the way for us to be able to speak to this right now. I want to honor that this is Black History Month and all the work done by Black activism to pave the way that this can happen right now. And I also want to note that it's Valentine's Day. My earliest memory of Valentine's Day is being a small child waking up on the morning, not knowing what day it was, and finding a very small and very beautiful gift left for me on my dresser on top of a small piece of paper with a note in my mother's handwriting that said, "I love you," with a happy face drawn next to it. I come from a culture of arranged marriages, and it has often been very hard for me to live in a culture that so predominantly centers one form of love relationship, a romantic relationship, and prioritizes it fully out of balance to the other deeply loving relationships we can have in our lives. And as I think about bringing this report and the potential that council may pass this and recommend this today, I think that there could be no greater gift of love that could be given to Edmontonians and this city today. One member of the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee texted me today and she said, "Happy Anti-Racism Day." And I hope that this is how I celebrate this day from now on. Thank you.
Thank you, Shalini, and thanks to all of the members of our delegation for your presentations today. So we will now move to hearing from our speakers. And before I do the intro there, we've had two others register. So I will move that we add to our speakers list Rob Compre and Wati Ramat. Please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Just looking for Mayor Sohi's vote.
In favor.
Thank you. We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. So to our speakers then, we will hear from all of our speakers in a panel. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run an official timer here in Council Chamber, and that will be displayed on the Google Meet. If you are participating virtually, and I think everybody is, you may wish to use a timer of your own in case ours goes off the screen. When everyone in the speaker panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. So for this reason, we ask that you remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of the speakers. Please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking. If you are experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. So we'll now move to our first speaker, and that is Saul Rollinger. Please proceed. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cartmel. If I may ask on a point of protocol, are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay. If I and my co-speaker, Marshall Hunter, could go to the end of the presentations, then we will be able to put action to words, which I think would be of more value in this process, which we are fully supportive of.
Okay, not seeing or hearing any objections. I suppose that's permissible. That would take us then to Beth Brusselers. I'm sure I'm not saying your name right. Please correct me. Is Beth there?
Hi, yes, and you actually nailed it. My name is Beth Brusselers. I was born and raised in Alberta. I grew up in Red Deer, Alberta, and I'm a member of Saddle Lake Cree Nation. The racism that I experienced in Central Alberta growing up encouraged me to internalize that racism inwards, and it turned a very, very deep hatred inwards that became dangerous. And actually, on this note, yesterday I was 3 years sober, which is a huge accomplishment. And that was actually part of how I internalized that, was sort of a self-destruction, if you will. And I've really looked around Alberta, and in particular Edmonton, in the last few years. I'm in my 30s now and starting to think about the potentials of having a family and what that would look like and where I would want to raise my family. My partner is a Black man, so it is important to me that our children, should we choose to have them, as Black Indigenous children, be treated kindly, with love and respect, and to not have that fear when they leave the house that I'm not able to protect their bodies or their spirits. And in passing something like this anti-racist plan, strategy, it would bring me a step closer to very really considering staying in Edmonton, when in the last few years, given the rise in hate crimes and the anti-Indigenous sentiments in terms of houselessness, I haven't been really considering that. So this is really, really huge in my opinion, and would make a world of difference in so many lives, literally all the lives. So that's really all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brusselers. Sharif Haji.
Can everybody hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. And I want to thank the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee and the city administration for their hard work on this complex and difficult file. I'm 100% sure it's not an easy file, and there will be some challenges to go through this and navigate. It won't be 100%, but having such a document that could work for us in moving forward is an opportunity that we want to leverage and make use of it. My name is Sharif Haji, and I am the Executive Director of the Africa Center. I also want to underscore that the significance of this conversation during Black History Month, a month to reflect and celebrate the contributions of Black citizens in our society, not only now, but in the history. I also want to underscore that we are having this conversation during the decade of people of African descent, a decade that the UN General Assembly proclaimed as the International Decade for People of African Descent. It's a decade that all nations committed to strengthen national, regional, municipal, and international cooperation in relation to full enjoyment of economic, social, cultural, civil, political rights by the people of African descent, and their full and equal participation in all aspects of society. It's a landmark that the city of Edmonton is discussing an anti-racism strategy during this decade. And there are opportunities to do so in this decade. As someone who had worked on two major provincial strategies, there is something different in the presented strategy. And that speaks about the use of different lenses. As someone who works with Black communities in the province and across the country, I would have loved to be involved more in the development of this strategy. Regardless, I believe that the people who have worked on this strategy have put their efforts and energy to the maximum level. The three pillars are very important and critical. I think it is a bold move to make a change in our city's diversity and inclusion beyond words. That said, there are a few things that, having looked at the document, that I will highlight. I think there needs to be some principles in this strategy, unshakable principles that we all agree on. It could be 3 to 5 principles, and I think it is very important. I can give an examples. Working as partners and genuine and true partners could be a principle that we all agree that cannot change. Being an anti-racism champion could be another one. But at least what I will say is that there needs to be principles that we all agree. The desired outcomes of this strategy as presented, there are 7. The consequence of systemic racism is what is leading to hate-motivated violence incidents in our city. And this strategy is being developed during that time. So that being said, the outcomes, the desired outcomes, highlight violent, hate-motivated incidents, but not systemic racism. And I think we should move the bar from there. We should not be talking about violent racism alone. We should be aspiring to see an outcome that leads systemic racism change. So the 7 outcomes need to reflect to that. And finally, the strategy doesn't provide the ecosystem opportunities that exist. What are some of the opportunities that can be leveraged? The city alone cannot work in isolation to work on systemic racism and systemic change if it doesn't use the leverage, the work that is happening already within the grassroots, and the other orders of governments and what they are doing, as well as the foundations and the work that is happening there. So this strategy needs to reflect that for us to be able to be efficient, collaborative, at the same time make a change. The city is part of a holistic system, and you can only play if you're working with other partners and players on the ground that can make a change in the system. And finally, the strategy needs to identify and highlight some of the few success stories that grassroots has already been doing. Iraq is one, but it only have mentioned Iraq, but did not underscore the work that has been happening for a long period of time. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next is Tamiro Mohammed.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
All right. Salam, peace and blessings. Good morning. My name is Tamira Mohammed. I am the Youth Initiatives Manager with Islamic Family and the City of Edmonton's former Youth Poet Laureate. I'm joining you today virtually from Treaty 6 territory, the ancestral home of many Indigenous peoples, including the Cree, Blackfoot, Métis, Nakota Sioux, Iroquois, Dene, Ojibwe, Saulteaux, Anishinaabe, Inuit, and many others to whom we are bound by treaty, shared humanity, and a sacred call to sisterhood, brotherhood, and civic duty. To begin, I want to thank Council and administration for their efforts, and especially the volunteers who created this report. This work is important and consequential. Islamic Family, or IFSA, is an Imagine Canada accredited charity, the winner of the Government of Alberta's Inspiration Award for its work combating domestic violence, and the Canadian Mental Health Association's Professional Service Award. People come to us for support with security, safety, and growth. We serve 5,000 clients each month, run Edmonton's second largest food bank, provide aid in financial crisis, support victims of gender-based violence, settle refugees, and deliver a range of preventative programming for youth. Our services are open to all. Our youth program, The Green Room, employs a proactive approach to BIPOC mental health and well-being by providing opportunities for connection, growth, and service. As a result of building safe and inclusive spaces for marginalized youth, we're able to welcome a broad cross-section of community. On one occasion, Rabbi Gila of Temple Beth Ora shared that for her, the Green Room is the safest space she knows outside of her own synagogue. A vital component of safety is providing spaces that are welcoming for the entirety of one's identity, something we strive to do in our work. Islamic Family has also been at the forefront of responding to the frequent hate-based attacks aimed at Muslim women and disproportionately aimed at Black Muslim women by holding healing gatherings for community and allies in collaboration with diverse mental health professionals. We've also expanded our counseling supports. We're supporting schools. We've hired a youth mental wellness lead and are working with McEwen and others on the creation of a crisis response toolkit for community. We again want to thank administration for the ongoing efforts to provide culturally and spiritually appropriate counseling via the Islamic Families Helpline. It is essential that those engaged in this work are accorded due support and that those supports are suitable to their needs. Islamic Families Helpline provides access to mental health professionals that have lived experience and shared identity with the diverse communities we serve. With that in mind, I welcome my team member, Lina Awad, to speak to the actionable steps required in order to move forward.
Thank you, Tamiro, and thank you for having us today. My name is Lina Awad. I'm a Palestinian settler on Treaty 6 territory.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to stop you for just one moment, and we're going to reset the time so that you have your 5 minutes, okay? Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Lina Awad. I'm a Palestinian settler on Treaty 6 territory, and I'm the programs manager at the Islamic Family and Social Services Association. Building on what my colleague Tamiro said, and recognizing that this is just a start, I'd like to begin with some recommendations and actionable items that we feel need to be added to this monumental work. There are systemic changes that we feel need to be made in order to effectively address racism in the city. Our first recommendation is that the independent body needs to be able to demand data from the city on hiring, promotion, tendering, and complaints. When data doesn't exist, the administration needs to begin collecting it. Data is essential to driving solutions. At IFSA, a data-informed approach is at the forefront of all our programming. In 2020, and during the onset of COVID-19, Islamic Family worked directly with the Edmonton Social Planning Council to conduct a survey of 100 individuals across 4 language groups who had experience with food insecurity. The study showed significantly different media consumption habits and needs in our client base. We learned that our clients trust government to deliver information to them, but feel they're not receiving that information through their preferred channels. The study allowed us at IFSA to pivot our organizational focus and to direct communications in preferred languages and platforms like WhatsApp and SMS, rather than investing in additional resources in traditional outreach strategies that do not engage the community. Without the ability to summon and demand data from the city, we feel that the value of this entity would be questionable. For this new entity to operate as an accountability body, it needs to steer away from models like the Police Commission that serve to further marginalize members of the community, and rather act more like an independent auditor. Another area where a data-informed approach is necessary is the city's affordable housing strategy, where larger and extended families face up to 4 years of wait in order to receive affordable housing. These families are overwhelmingly BIPOC, yet the rapid housing strategy does not focus on this group's needs. And this is an example where data is being ignored. At IFSA, or the Islamic Family, we worked on housing projects for a number of years. These projects require ingenuity from the city. They require the city to work with the community to provide equitable financing that aligns with our values and land to help make these projects a reality. If the city is committed to holding itself accountable, it must make data access a priority, and it must act on data in its hiring, promotion, tendering, and complaints processes, and make that a centerpiece of its strategy. With that, I'll turn things over to IFSA's Executive Director, Omar Yacoub.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Omar.
I'm Omar Yacoub, a settler on Treaty 6. I serve the team at Islamic Family. I'd like to reiterate our appreciation for the task force and admin's ongoing support. I'd also like to build on what Lina and Tamiro just discussed and emphasize concrete actions we can be taking now. In addition to what Lina said about data, City Council needs to immediately reflect on its own hiring practices. We're calling on City Council to report on diversity in their own hiring practices. To support City Council with equitable hiring, Islamic Family, together with the Africa Center, Canadian Race Relations Foundation, CFRAC, and others, is building an internship program to connect racialized youth with city councillors. This program is modeled off a successful internship program between Urban Alliance and the City of Toronto. The goal of this internship program is to create equitable access and opportunity, as well as give counselors insight and opportunities that broaden their perspectives and networks. We are presently working alongside City and Min to implement this program. Our final recommendation is that the City needs to incorporate an equity-based lens into its tendering process. In January 2022, literally last month, the City circulated a survey on transit safety. This survey was done by a consulting firm with no lived experience and no racialized representation. The survey they designed used leading questions, demonstrated a lack of imagination, and failed to consider the experience and needs of communities disproportionately impacted by transit safety. Why was a contract on transit safety not awarded to a community-based org with experience supporting impacted communities? If the City wants to sustainably support equity-seeking communities and build capacity, it needs to ensure that the tendering process for projects includes an equity criteria and that there is active outreach to community-based organizations like Bent Arrow, The Brokers, Africa Center, and Islamic Family. This will require making the RFP process more transparent and engaging community orgs, not just familiar contractors, when seeking bids. By tendering engagement and other contractors to community-based orgs, the City will get more informative results, better value, and more thorough engagement, all while building capacity in the sector. A model for doing this already exists within the City, which allows Boyle Street Community Services and others to engage on bids for cleaning. The social procurement tendering process needs to expand to include traditionally white-collar research, survey, and design work that is higher margin and more lucrative. This will lead to better results, more competitiveness, and truly demonstrate a commitment to upholding equity and building capacity. We hope Council will approve the findings of the task force and take meaningful action today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Trent Daley.
I appreciate being able to speak today, and I come here representing a variety of different, wearing a lot of different hats, as many of us do, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a person, the resident here in Edmonton, and it's extremely important to recognize our place here on Treaty 6 and our relationships that we're building as a city and as a people. And it's disappointing how this seems to be a recurring conversation with the City of Edmonton and the power structures. It's disappointing that in order to get this report, it required the exploitation of unpaid labor from not only the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee and the City of Edmonton Youth Council, but unpaid labor from many of the delegates here today in one form or another over the course of perhaps many years. And I feel that the City of Edmonton has not done its due diligence to recognize how the social consciousness developing around anti-racism needs to be a local one. It is disappointing that so many local needs and concerns have been ignored for so long, specifically around things like EPS or even within departments within the city. And we need third-party support. We need an independent body to start looking over some of these details and issues with transparency or accountability. And it's sad that it needs to be repeatedly requested by the city. And I hope that it's going to be listened to today. And as some have mentioned, the city has some work to do internally, be it diverse hiring practices, or even perhaps looking at how staff are laid off. When COVID first hit, we could have used some sort of diverse termination procedure, considering many in the social development branch were the first to go. We need to look at other procedures, like whether or not diverse holidays and inclusive holidays are recognized internal to the city, a conversation currently happening at Edmonton Public School Board, but one that should happen in other areas as well. And I think that it's important to ensure that we are listening to those affected. You know, the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee wasn't able to respond timely to Black Muslim women being attacked in our city, and that was partly, in fact, due to some of these complicated bureaucratic procedures. An independent third party will be able to respond and address some of these incidents that happen locally, but even be able to move beyond responsiveness issues with reactionary procedures, but actually be able to create proactive measures and work in consultation with some of the groups here today and work in partnerships with the community to build something that is long lasting and something that is really representing community here today. And I hope that we can continue moving forward without relying on so much unpaid labor and exhaustive efforts from community members that we don't have to repeatedly engage them and ask them for more. I hope the city will start to invest in community as we seem to invest in other things. And, you know, we've been talking a lot about police budgets, and there's a lot of concerns, especially with the convoy and how things have gone there. And none of this should be surprising, as many community members have talked about this for some time. And I urge this committee and council as a whole to not put such burdens in proving anti-racism works for community members, for the delegates here today, as some of these procedures need to be given some support from council, as many of these things cannot simply just be proven by words here today. Some of the details and the academic research is already available if you know where to look. Many other jurisdictions have already put some of this into practice. And I would like to end with a quote from Bell Hooks. And that is, "Love is an action, never simply a feeling." And I hope that our council and committee here today will bring some action to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Haroon Ali. Is Haroon with us?
I don't see Haroon on the meet, and I don't think they have checked in yet.
All right, we'll come back. We'll then go to Gemma Dunn.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jeanetta Jamerson and I'm the Executive Director of the Edmonton Chamber of Voluntary Organisations. I'd first like to thank Council and City Administration for being an active partner with the non-profit sector. For nearly 2 decades, ECVO has been working to strengthen and promote Edmonton's non-profit sector by providing capacity building, leadership on cross-cutting policy matters and giving voice to critical issues that impact the sector. With more than 6,000 non-profit and powerful organisations in Edmonton, the sector is a crucial partner in delivering services to Edmontonians and plays a fundamental role in making Edmonton a desirable and safe place to work and live. I am in support of all the recommendations proposed in the anti-racism strategy presented here today. The sector is very much behind you in this work. However, I want to specifically speak to recommendation number 3 in the strategy, core operational and capacity building funding. Many of you have heard me previously advocating for operational funding, specifically CIOG, in supporting non-profit organisations to do essential work in the community. Core funding provides stability to organisations. ECVO, along with many partners such as the Africa Centre, EMCN, Action for Healthy Communities, as well as some grassroots agencies such as COMAG and the African Canadian Civic Engagement Council, are working on a collaborative initiative that aims to build the capacity building ecosystem to enhance outcomes for Edmonton's BIPOC community organisations. We know that we need to take a systems level approach to capacity building or we will continue to see the same outcomes. One of the challenges that we have identified is the lack of sustainable or long-term capacity building opportunities. Training has also traditionally focused on knowledge transfer to communities without co-learning or peer support built in. This project has 3 primary areas of focus. Develop pro-capacity building spaces between our partner agencies and the grassroots groups we aim to serve, including developing communities of practice, delivering training sessions with mentorship incorporated and the resource development. Build the capacity, competency and skills of staff involved in this work, developing a train-the-trainer model, ensuring that skills remain in the community and allowing us to leverage skills and expertise that are already proven, and connecting and networking. There are misconnections between small organisations and larger organisations, government and funders, which leads to huge missed opportunities. Our hope is that we can move away from an uncoordinated system where capacity is being built on a case-by-case basis to a coordinated system built and supported by the communities themselves. I hope that this work can be leveraged. I also wanted to take a minute to talk about the collection of race-based data. It's essential that we have access to good quality data that enables better decision-making. We believe that there is a diversity deficit in our leadership, both within senior leadership in organisation and on our boards. In our report, Transforming the Non-Profit Sector in Edmonton, released in May 2021, one sector leader shared this quote with us: "The majority of non-profit organisations have largely white staff and largely white boards." I mean, that's just the reality. I think there's probably been improvement in many organisations when it comes to discussing diversity and inclusion over the last 5 years, but the reality is most organisations are still largely white. A better strategy will allow us to effectively measure the diversity of our sector leadership. It will also help us tie in similar initiatives currently moving forward at the federal level. This issue is one of Senator Ratner Omdavar's primary projects for the Senate of Canada. In response, Stats Can and the sector leaders designed a survey to provide the first ever snapshot of diversity in governance. Between December 4th and 2020 and January 18th, 2021, 8,835 people completed the survey. Among them, 14% identified as immigrants to Canada, 11% said they belonged to a visible minority group, 8% identified as LGBTQ+, and 6% they had said they had a disability, and 3% identified as Métis, First Nations, or Inuit. The survey found that outside of gender, the boards of charities were not yet inclusive of Indigenous peoples, racial minorities, or LGBTQ+, and the disabled. ECVO is currently working with the race-based data table within ELIP to design a study to collect this data from our human serving agencies. This data will not only enable us to see the system in which we operate, but also create opportunities for resources to be allocated to diversifying our leadership through a more inclusive and equitable skill building. Again, I thank you for your leadership and ask that you approve the anti-racism strategy in its entirety and both recommendations as presented here today be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Elle Jones.
Good morning, everybody. I'm joining you from Halifax. My name is Dr. Elle Jones. I was the chair of the subcommittee to the report that defined defunding the police in the Halifax Regional Municipality, and I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Political and Canadian Studies at Mount St. Vincent University in Halifax. More importantly, for me speaking here today, I served as the external facilitator for the community consultation meetings that took place in the development of this strategy. And I'm here to speak in support of this important strategy. As the independent facilitator of a collective community process, I was deeply moved and impressed by the dedication of community members of all generations in engaging in this work. One thing raised in these meetings, something I am familiar with from similar consultations in Halifax, is the deep risk that community members who have often been failed by these processes, who are facing immense hate and violence, are taking and continuing to commit themselves to these kind of processes. If this work is not adopted and, more importantly, resourced and sustained, community members will feel alienated from the work of the city and they will stop engaging in any future processes. When communities feel alienated and unwelcome in political processes and in their cities, we see the impact, particularly on young people, who grow to feel hopeless, worthless, and unseen. Racism is deeply rooted. It is systemic and endemic, and it requires strong, shared measures to root it out. One reason why I wanted to speak today is to recognize the importance of this strategy and of this community-led work. Some of you may be familiar with the recent report on defunding the police completed in Halifax. In that process, we are adamant that public processes must develop new modes of community consultation and engagement. It is not enough to simply provide reports. It matters how those reports are developed, who feels heard by them, and the political empowerment gained through participation. In our work in Halifax, we were influenced by the Safer for All report, and so it was a wonderful opportunity to get to work with members of Edmonton community as they developed this strategy. This strategy marks a new and important way of engaging with diverse communities in Edmonton. What is significant here is not only the strategy itself, which lays out strong recommendations to guide the city moving forward in important issues such as addressing hate crimes, providing grants to communities, and working towards equity in all areas of the city, but also the process by which this strategy was developed, marking a unique process that I hope will be adopted in other cities. The involvement of a youth policy committee in particular should be praised and adopted in other cities. At a time when growing polarization, disenfranchisement, political alienation, and public anger is troubling to many, it is heartening to observe and be part of a strategy based in bringing communities together, productively addressing injustice and inequity, and building structures and changing the culture for marginalized communities to politically and democratically engage. This process provides a model for other communities to develop similar strategies, and the City of Edmonton should be very proud to be leading in this area. I encourage Council to adopt this strategy, and most importantly, to ensure durable structures are placed around these recommendations to ensure their success and longevity. These principles should be adopted throughout the municipality and government, offering an important lens for long-term work in all areas, including tendering, hiring, housing, policing, budgeting, recreation, transit, and so forth. The city must continue to review all units, activities, and processes to understand and redress how racial bias is embedded into these systems. In particular, we know that this work must be resourced in stable ways that do not merely respond to demands of the moment, but that build ongoing structures for communities to effectively engage in government and in public life. When funding is not stable, organizations spend more time chasing grants than providing services. Ongoing work and engagement is key to ensuring success. I will close by saying that when I was contacted by Black Muslim women who detailed to me the violence they're experiencing in Edmonton, my heart broke. These women were terrified, felt helpless, and wondered how this could be happening to them in their city. Today, those women have a voice and have taken back their power. This work must continue. Work that empowers, builds capacity, and addresses disturbing growth of hate and violence in ways beyond punishment, ways that help communities flourish and be treated as equal decision makers with a stake in the city. We are all empowered when these women are. Thank you very much for your time. I congratulate the community on this strategy, and I give my deep love for them, for their energy, resilience, and courage. I look forward to seeing all the work that will continue to emerge from your community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. Next is Jeanetta Jamerson. Is Jeanetta with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. So myself, the women that I work with on a constant basis, we are definitely in support of the proposal that is being looked at today. As we heard from Shalini, it has been a long time coming, and I know that Black women have played a key role in advancing us to this conversation today. I think having that independent organization or independent body that actually has the power to advise and implement consequences, implement predictable outcomes when racism is occurring is key. Power is actually at the center of anti-racism praxis, looking, analyzing, understanding power differentials as it applies to those outside the overculture. And when you consider that it is power that is key to what this initiative is it should be centering, the how that you approach that is hugely important. And that's what I want to leave council with today. It's wonderful that we can articulate what we want to do, and it's important we're at that stage. But going forward, should this be adopted, how this work is done, from my experience, okay, and I'm steeped in this work, is going to be even more important. Case in point. So we already heard from Omar Yaqub, and he stated there was a little problem with the tendering of a contract where certain obvious groups that interact productively, safely with their demographic were excluded. That's just scratching the surface. What has been sold as anti-racism work in this city, in this province, has actually been multiculturalism, cross-culturalism, EDI, with a veneer of anti-racism verbiage, just like a sprinkling of buzzwords. But when it comes to really addressing the power in which we interact with non-white communities, non-white individuals, that inner work that's required for folks to do this work has not been done. So it's been the environment of the white expert. It's been the environment of replicating the racial hierarchy that white supremacy itself has created. And it has done a lot of community harm. So who you get to do this work, should it be adopted, is going to be the linchpin upon which it all hangs. And I can't stress enough the need to get that right. It's not a need, it's an imperative, all right? Because how anti-racism has been done and the communities that have been targeted, I'm just going to expressly mention the Somali community. And I even found myself in the center of that, thanks to a white expert-led organization. And they've been targeted for exploitation. Underneath the veneer, the masquerade of anti-racism. I do not want to see anything like that happening. I don't want to see any of the characters of old involved with this new initiative that requires a new how. The old how is not going to cut it. The old how is moldy and old and didn't do anyone any good. So I will be closely watching, as will my constituents, on how this work is done going forward. And with that, you have my encouragement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Rosiva Forbes Jenkins.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead, please.
Hi. Okay, great. Thank you. Just waiting for the timer, but yeah, it's all good. Okay, hi. My name is Rose Eva Forbes Jenkins. I am a white settler on Treaty 6 territory. I use she, her pronouns. So my family is of English and French heritage. I'm very white, as you can see, and I'm fully in support of the anti-racism initiative that is being proposed today. And I wanted to say that I really think it's important for white people to be here and to understand how important this initiative is, and just to say how proud I am of the Edmonton Anti-Racism Advisory Committee for putting this together. I also wanted to say, in terms of myself, I am a queer woman who's in relationship with a woman, and that in my work life, I work for a French queer organization. I've also been on the board of the Pride Center since 2018, so I'm acutely aware of the ways that people from the 2S LGBTQIA+ community are discriminated against and are made marginalized, and how people who are at the intersection of being racialized folks who are also part of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community are made marginalized in that way as well. I'm here for on a personal level because for me, what I love about living in Edmonton is seeing the amazing young activists that are here that are making the world a better place, that are caring for their communities. And what I really love about this anti-racism initiative and this proposal is the way that it sustains young marginalized activists to do this work in a sustainable way. What I've seen a lot of is young activists who are here to care and love their communities, and you know, artists and folks that are working to make Edmonton a better place can't do this long term. So many activists get burnt out. So many young folks who are amazing and inspiring and do so much amazing work. That work isn't sustainable long term. However, what I love about this initiative is that this is a sustainable way for youth who are making the city a better place to be sustained and to keep on doing this amazing work. And that's what I want to see. This is what I love about living in Edmonton. This is how Edmonton is going to be an amazing place, is by supporting these youth, supporting people who are doing this amazing work. I also wanted to talk about how I know how dangerous white supremacy can be and how much I see it in this city. I worked on a project for the Center for Race and Culture called the Unheard Youth podcast, where at the time I was talking to a youth and she was describing a story where she was 12 years old and that was the first time she was called the N-word by a white man driving by in a truck. And I've been thinking about that story, and that story has been replaying in my mind over and over again as I've been hearing about the Freedom Convoy and knowing how unsafe it makes so many of my loved ones feel, and how these people deserve better. Racialized folks in our community deserve better. They deserve to feel safe and cared for. And right now, the way things are, as we've heard about attacks on Muslim women, we know that Edmonton is not a safe place for them. By having this anti-racism initiative, this is how we can make the city be a safe place for people that I love. I know that when I walk down the street with my partner, who is visibly not white, who's a racialized individual, as two women who walk down the street holding hands, we are at a target for this discrimination and this hatred. And I want this initiative to take place because it will make the lives of so many people that I love better. Another project that I worked on was the understanding, it was funded by Alberta Laborers with the Center for Race and Culture. It was called Understanding Newcomer Experiences of Inclusion, and doing statistical research in all of Alberta on newcomers and seeing how racialized newcomers are discriminated against at a higher rate. And seeing those statistics, again, this is why I want Edmonton to be a safe place for newcomers, a safe place for everybody. Yes, well, just trying to look through my notes and the last time that I have, but I just want to say thank you so much for the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee for putting this report together, and I can't wait to see it be implemented. And thank you so much for City Council for listening. And
Thank you. Next is Eufoma Odabella. I'm sorry if I got your name wrong.
That's okay. I do have a slide.
Okay.
We'll be on display, or how does it work?
Yeah, we'll display it here. Just give us a second to get it up.
Right.
We're just getting the presentation up.
Okay, if you just go straight to the second slide, please. Oh, hello. Thank you for this privilege to speak to you. I'm going to speak at 100 miles an hour. My name is Ufuma Odebala Fregene. I'm a registered social worker. I am the co-founder and ED of Race Community Foundation. This is an organization that is family inspired, so I think a family perspective is very relevant to the conversation. As a Black community and a woman of African descent, I find that our family infrastructure is severely undermined as a result of racism. And this is not a conversation that we have very often because of the tendency to be it's sensitive, let's just say. It's a sensitive topic. Okay. In Race Community Foundation, we engage in experiential evidence and promising practices to strive for individuals to be able to thrive, and specifically focusing on mitigating oppressive disadvantages. As an individual, I am socially located, economically, culturally, racially. I'm a mom of 4 boys, and my children, and just parenting them over the last 25 years has shaped who I am and how I do this work. In fact, the name RACE is an acronym of their 4 names. I'm also a a Master's of Social Work and Master's of Law candidate. I am an Ubuntu social work practitioner. Next page, please. Next slide, please. I'm wholeheartedly in support of the motion before council. I'm one of those who led the creation of the Anti-Racism Advisory Council between 2016 and 2018. So yes, I'm one of those that got burnt out. So I did that in working in collaboration with my colleague, Donia and Emmanuel at the time. And that was an offshoot of the work we were doing as the Edmonton focused Black Lives Matter movement at the time. Moving on, my particular focus today really is to encourage council to pass a motion to go with the current one. It goes back to the point that one of the speakers made earlier about putting around robust structure around the recommendation. And one of the important robust structure that I think is fundamental is a community-based participatory research partnership. And I envisage that partnership would be with one of the educational institutions in the Edmonton area, because we're dealing with a topic that is very complex. The only way I can describe it is that we're talking about an amoeba, which is the scientific thing. Racism takes the spaces that it occupies. Racism is an ideology. But yet, all of us who have been practicing in this space, we all have different definitions of what it is. And when it comes to a situation like this, when we are trying to get a grasp of it so that we can measure it, that's something we need to be clear about in this imperfect process. So I do acknowledge that the process is imperfect, and I acknowledge that we are on a journey. And the other point that I wanted council to pass a motion on is on the outcomes. And somebody else spoke on the outcomes already, because right now the outcomes seem to speak to violence in the sense of physical violence, when we all know that racism by itself is trauma and it's violence. Next slide, please. The next slide, please. So I wanted to bring this research to council's attention because I wanted to drive home the importance to pass a motion, because I appreciate that what we have right now before council is influenced by how the motion of November was phrased, the inaugural motion that informed this particular strategy before council. Now, post-traumatic slave syndrome recognizes that as human beings, we engage in adaptive survival strategy. We all do. But some of those strategies are negative. And some of those strategies fits into what Shalini talked about around lateral violence. So I'm going to go through this quickly, but I just thought I need to bring this to council's attention.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I gave you a few extra seconds, but that's
I'm finished. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Please submit this to council, obviously, but I appreciate the fact that I was able to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll make sure your presentation is shared with council, and there may be some questions for you, so please stay with the meeting. Thank you. Next is Ellie Danavi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ellie Danavi. I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Race and Culture, a nonprofit organization here in Edmonton focused on education, research, and advocacy. We support individual, collective, and systemic change to address racism and discrimination and encourage intercultural understanding. I'm a settler here on Treaty 6 territory, and I'm here to support the proposed strategy. Won't take too much of your time, as my fellow speakers were so articulate in sharing their experiences, perspectives, and also highlighting the importance of implementing an anti-racism strategy in Edmonton. My dear colleague and a friend who is Black and lives close to legislature got the Nazi salute from the convoy protesters, not once, but several times in the past couple of weeks. This is not racialized folks here. They know this is not a one-time incident. Racism is real. It hurts us. It hurts racialized individuals and communities in obvious and subtle ways every day. As Ibram Kendi argues, the heartbeat of racism is denial. And the first step towards anti-racism is recognizing the fact that racial hierarchy is embedded in systems of power, that racism has multi-layered impacts on different racialized communities, and that we live in a society with internalized racist prejudice. If we step out of denial, then we can challenge the normalcy of racial disparities around us and see them as the outcomes of racist policies, procedures, and practices. I'm cautiously optimistic that we have stepped out of denial, and this report and the work of the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee and the city administration is the proof. They've done incredible work. And now it's time to take action, because anti-racism is action-oriented. The next step is to work on the systems that perpetuate racial disparities, and the action items in the proposed strategy are pivotal to get there in this journey. I would like to also draw your attention to the collaborative nature of the work that has been done, and also the power dynamics, the emotional tax, and the unpaid labor of racialized communities. We are gathered here, hopefully, with the best intentions. We want our city to be inclusive and safe for our diverse community. And I don't think we will see any sustainable progress if we don't have robust and equitable systems and support in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Alan Wojcik.
Hi, thanks for letting me speak today. First, I'd like to start with a comment. The sincerity of the speakers here today is very, very sobering. I'd like to give a special nod to the lady from Reese Community. I really like some of the ideas and thoughts and things you've been doing. One note, the word I hear here quite often today is equity. Equity isn't in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Equality is. I think the people here really want equality more than they want equity. But moving on from there, I'll just go to my notes. The anti-racism strategy proposal being presented in today's community and public services meeting is a fig leaf being sold to council, so councillors will have the answer to the what are you doing about racism question. Council is getting a hard left package that is inappropriate for city needs. The strategy presented by the ARAC, a group that wants to adjudicate anti-racism through its own values, culture, mandates, and goals, and subordinate other considerations. Council has a city to run. You can't forget that. ARAC wants council to create the independent anti-racism body, which will be accountable to BIPOC communities, not to city council, but which will report to city council. Good luck if they agree to that. You can't have that independent body running loose. What I haven't seen in the addendums are specific answers to questions such as what will be done to reduce hate-based violence exactly. Although I've run across some really good ideas here that I hadn't heard before. But here's what I suggest. Now that ARAC has provided its input, I propose councillors send it back to administration with no ARAC input to A, take out political posturing, and B, put together something that is less of a wish list and less of a bureaucratic nightmare. Council really needs something that they can run with, not something that's going to please the BIPOC community. Unfortunately, that's the reality today. And I'd like to finish by pointing out that a recent U.S. News and World Report in racial equality rankings placed Canada number 2 out of 78 countries. This was sent to ARAC members, but you wouldn't know it after reading the strategy addendums. Now, what I see here is very sincere, very real racism that you people see and experience every day. But bear in mind, Canada is light years ahead of most other places in the world in terms of racism, and this is a place you want to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Lloyd Cardinal. Is Lloyd with us?
Hello.
Please go ahead.
Hi.
Yep.
Hello. Okay. Thank you. My name is Lloyd Cardinal, and I guess I would start off by saying that I'm Nehiwak Cree. I come from the Treaty 6 territory. I come from Beaver Lake Cree Nation, and I also come from a place called Wolf Lake. And I think I just want to start out my my quick whatever I have to say today, my conversation with a quote. I know that it's Black History Month, and I want to acknowledge that, and I want to honor that. And it's a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And it says, "Our nation was born into genocide when it embraced the doctrine that the original American, the Indian, was an inferior race. Even today, we have not permitted ourselves to reject or feel remorse for this shameful episode. Our literature, our films, our drama, our folklore, all exalt it." You know, and I just also like to say that first time I ever learned about Dr. Martin Luther King, I was in grade 4. And you know what? He is somebody that's stuck within my mind, within my being, because of all of the great work that he's done within community. And I just see him as kind of like a true hero and a leader of the people. Now, for today, there's a few things that I'd like to address. And I'm in support of this document, but I also acknowledge the complexity of this issue. And I also see that there's a lot of things that need to be worked out within the document, which can only be done through consultation and relationship and actually sitting down together. I did have a question about who is the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee. I sit within a circle, and we are called the Indigenous Circle with End Poverty Edmonton. We were not really made aware of who this circle is. Another thing that I'd like to share with everyone today is that I don't identify as BIPOC, and my concern with being called BIPOC is that it lumps us all into one ball when we're all facing different and diverse realities when it comes to like systemic racism, and I believe like in allyship, and I also believe in everybody's voice being heard. I also want to say too that, yes, being Indigenous, our people are racially profiled on a daily basis, and I want to bring this forth. I've faced racism in City Hall, and you know what? I had a colleague that worked within the city of Edmonton that went to address it, because on many different times I was at City Hall and I was asked if I was supposed to be there or not, right? I have a question too of how does this document tie into education, and how does it reflect and represent the voice of the youth? I believe that a lot of the answers that we are searching for actually will come from the youth, and how will they be, in a sense, acknowledged and consulted with, right? I'm looking at the time. I'm going to quickly read you something before I go. So this is a quote from a man named Chief Dan George. This book was written in 1974. They say that this is a children's book that every adult needs to read, but I'm just going to quickly read what he has to say, because I think it expresses a lot of what Indigenous people are continuing to go through. And at the same time, we continue to voice and need to be heard. So here we go. There's a longing in the heart of my people to reach out and grasp that which is needed for our survival. There's a longing among the young of my nation to secure for themselves and their peoples the skills that will provide them with a sense of worth and purpose. They will be our new warriors. Their training will be much longer and more demanding than it was in the olden days. The long years of study will demand more determination. Separation from home and family will demand endurance, but they will emerge with their hand held forward, not to receive welfare, but to grasp the place in society that is rightly ours. I am a chief, but my power to make war is gone. The only weapon left to me is speech. It is only with tongue and speech that I can fight my people's war. O Great Spirit, give me back the courage of the olden chiefs. Let me wrestle with my surroundings. Let me once again live in harmony with my environment. Let me humbly accept this new culture and through it rise up and go on like the thunderbird of old. I shall rise again out of the sea. I shall grab the instruments of the white man's success, his education, his skills, and with these tools, I shall build my race into the proudest segment of your society. And I shall see our young braves and our chiefs sitting in houses of law and government, ruling and being ruled by the knowledges and freedoms of our great land. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Courtney Boucher.
Mio Kiksepayao, good morning. My name is Courtney Boucher and I am Nehia from Treaty 8 territory and am a member of Mikisew Cree First Nation. I am also a mother to two beautiful biracial babies who are both Cree and Egyptian, Cree Egyptians if you will. I work on Indigenous initiative strategies for End Poverty Edmonton and work closely with the Indigenous community and End Poverty Edmonton Indigenous Circle. Firstly, I want to give thanks to the many speakers before me for sharing your personal experiences with racism in the city and beyond. You are very courageous for sharing, and I know how hard and traumatizing that can be. Addressing racism is key to alleviating disparity in our society and ensuring a safe and welcoming Edmonton for all. Eliminating racism is a game changer and is fundamental to our community's efforts to address poverty. For transparency, please know that End Poverty Edmonton is working in the anti-racism space currently, and most specifically through our Indigenous Circle. And a few notable strategic priorities are anti-racism education, advocacy within the systems, and establishing an Indigenous Culture and Wellness Center here in Edmonton. We are also working in this space through race-based data collection. As requested by community, End Poverty Edmonton is convening systems partners and community groups to establish the ways in which we can collect and equitably govern the use of identity-based data. To our knowledge, this is the first of its kind in Canada. At the table, working together are systems such as the police, health, schools, etc., and community groups affected by racism. And the goal of this work is to understand the ways in which systemic racism directly impacts racialized groups and to hold those systems to account as we work towards eliminating systemic racism. The membership of this group now numbers over 50 partners. Our perspective on the anti-racism strategy that is brought for us today is informed by this work. I like that the strategy identifies the need for an independent anti-racism body outside of the city corporation. And I also like that they are proposing an anti-racism organization within the administration to address and challenge systemic racism within that corporation. Because as we all know, change happens within. However, I do have some questions for you to consider, and my questions are informed by community we work in this space with. This may sound self-serving, but needs to be asked. Does the creation of another entity make sense when there are many other organizations already working in this space? Can we be more thoughtful about where we put our energy, about who we empower to do this work? And we often ask this at the Indigenous Circle, but is it appropriate for community to shoulder the burden of fixing systems that have traditionally failed them? And one other question that we've been asking is, the Indigenous Circle, like why wasn't the Indigenous Circle engaged? We would like to request to be included moving forward, because that is one of our priorities that we would like to collaborate and convene on with other folks in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Rob Compre. Is Rob Compre with us? Okay, we'll move on to Wati Ramat.
Hello.
Hi there, please go ahead.
Hi, yes. My name is Wati Rahmat, and I'm the founder of Sisters Dialogue, a Muslim women-led grassroots organization based here on Treaty 6. We are a diverse group of Muslim women who have been doing the important work of supporting Black and racialized Muslim women in a climate of Islamophobia in Edmonton. Muslim women, and especially our Black sisters, have been disproportionately affected by physical racist attacks on the streets of Edmonton. And what we read in the news is only a fraction of the assaults and harassments that Muslim women face. Through our work, we have been approached by numerous sisters who have faced Islamophobic incidents in our city which are not reported. There is a great need to do things differently, as business as usual in anti-racism work is not helping much to stem these incidences. This is why Sisters Dialogue support the anti-racism strategy brought before Council today. The recommendation for the independent anti-racism body with its collaborative and intersectional approach is what is needed to provide the shift that is required to create intentional change in the fight against racism and Islamophobia. For Muslim women, access to resources is a major barrier. An independent body can make itself more accessible to us. For the longest time, what we're hearing on the ground is that our lives are not valued, that no real change is happening, that our concerns are minimized, that we are not seen. In approving this anti-racism strategy and the creation of the independent body, Muslim women will finally come closer to being seen, to feel that real work is being done to address our concerns of safety and well-being. The current systemic processes that exist within the city will not be effective to move the needle in real anti-racism work. We cannot expect anything new if we continue with the status quo within the same structures. I also support the second recommendation of a high-level anti-racism organization in city administration. There is a need to have a more cohesive administration. In the past several months, city staff from various branches have reached out to groups like Sisters Dialogue. While we appreciate this outreach, we do see overlaps and the expectation of emotional labor from under-resourced groups like us. An anti-racism organization within the city will centralize the anti-racism strategy for all branches and units within the city administration and make their work more intentional and will ensure that work is not being duplicated or even filtered. To the point of emotional labor that is expected of resource-strapped groups like Sisters Dialogue, the third recommendation for core operational and capacity building fund is so critical. Most grants available are program-based, and it's not viable to expect volunteers to continue to create and run anti-racism programs with no operational support. Volunteers who themselves are impacted by marginalization and anti-racism. Program grants, instead of being a lifeline for anti-racism work, has unfortunately become convenient checkboxes for all levels of government to delegate the work to essentially free labor. This is not sustainable, and operational support needs to be provided directly to groups doing on-the-ground work. Newer groups like us should not be overlooked, and like Gemma Dunn said earlier, there is inequity in how smaller organizations and bigger, more established organizations are funded, and this discrepancy needs to be addressed. Thank you to Shalini, Dunia, ARAC, the Youth Council, and others who have put this anti-racism strategy together. Sisters Dialogue support this anti-racism strategy and hope that Council will adopt it. I also agree with Eufoma of Reese Community's recommendation to include an additional outcome for healing and recovery from trauma, because mental health of Indigenous, Black, and racialized peoples are often overlooked. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Saul Rollinger.
Thank you. There is a slide deck that should be shown, please.
Okay, we're just getting that up.
And while that's happening, I'm going to ask the city clerk to advance it every 20 seconds. That'll get me through to the end in a timely fashion, please. So starting now, what you're looking at is a building that a year ago or so, the Diversity Center of Edmonton was asked to create a center for education for our children. This came right at the same time that Shalini was doing her work, and we came together to be, I hope, self-support or joint supportive in our mutual interest of dealing with anti-racism and to deal with all of the hate, bigotry, prejudice, and bias that seems to exist throughout the city. What we've done in this instance is look at this building, take it to a committee, put together the group that can make sure the building is sound, make sure the interior will operate to meet schools' standards, and address these issues before you: race, religion, gender, sexual orientation, culture, truth, and reconciliation. We have done that in spades and are now prepared to ask City Council through this committee that we move on this because it meets all of the 7 strategies that are set out in attachment 5 of the ARAC submission to you today. We are putting action to words. We are taking our children from schools on field trips to a place where they will feel safe, inclusive, and equitably able to learn all the issues that surround our current problems that deal with Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, Black Lives Matter, certainly truth and reconciliation, sexual orientation, and the list just goes on. Unfortunately, that's not the purpose of this. It's to provide a place that's safe where they can go and be taught by their schools in the nature of what they do currently in the Edmonton Space and Science Center, in the Bennett Center, at the Mackay Avenue Archive Center, and even at the Ukrainian Center just east of Edmonton. In places like this with their teachers, they will be taught in, if you look at the, as you have, I'm sure already, the PowerPoint, in a form where these kind of dividers, which are 10 feet tall, will be used, which will have LED screens and materials to address each and one of these issues so children from K to 12 will be able to graduate understanding fully all of the problems that we are now facing and trying to deal with. Everyone so eloquently addressed this. Now's the time to put action to these words, and it's here before us. It's immediate in that the church that owns this is saying, we have stripped it all, it is now secular, but we want to sell it if you're not going to put it to use. With the committees that we've put together, mainly a billing committee, it has shown that it is not only a billing that is appropriate. I think we should have been moving the slides along because I'm way behind now. You will see that these teachers can now take their students there from every school district. We've approached and had dialogue with and now had visiting this site, the superintendents of the Edmonton Public School Board, the Catholic School Board, the chair of the Edmonton Public School Board. Shalini's come to see this. We've had a number of other people come to see this, counselors in addition, as well as we've discussed this with the orders of government. We have spoken to Randy Boisseneau, who says, once you've spoken to the city, I'm prepared to take this to cabinet in Ottawa. Spoken to the premier, who says, I will give this to my minister of culture, who is Mr. Orr, and say, get this done. Well, they can both say that, but it is ours. It's in our city to look after our children, make sure they're taught in an area like this. This is an interior shot, there'll be no pews, but those corrugated lines represent what I just showed you a minute ago. This is eminently doable because we now have the 3 committees I mentioned of the building committee, the interior committee, which shows how these kids can be taught in a setting much as what you're looking at here. The most important committee is the program committee. It is made up of people such as Chief Tony Alexis from the Alexis Dakota Sioux Nation, Fred Hines, who's a 10-year principal, full Indigenous from the Misquity School at the old airport. We've got the Muslim community involved through Masood Paracha, who just stepped down 10-year chair of ECMC and on the Phoenix Smiley Face Society, one of the sponsors of this. Abraham Abraguchi, who is the principal of Islamic Academy. Abe Silverman, executive director of B'nai B'rith for Alberta. Don Carter, who is the ED of the Gay Pride Center. Alexander Marshall, who is at the Sexual Minority Center in the U of A. Frankly, the list goes on, including Shalini, who has come and given great input, and we've taken her thoughts into account as well. We do this because we have to address this now. The time is now. If we don't do it now, we're going to lose the opportunity to deal with the building, but mostly we will fail our students because they do not learn this in school, and they learn on the street. They learn from their friends, and you can stop with that. And they learn, unfortunately, from some of their family members who are not the best people to teach them all about anti-racism. Our job, we feel, is to address the issue of our future, and our future is our children. And if we don't deal with our children, we've not done anything to solve the problem. They will grow up as tainted as the people are. Over the last 20 years, when I first addressed this in an anti-racist situation with my synagogue when I was a principal, when it was firebombed. Many of you will remember that. From that came the creation of the Phoenix Smiley Face Society, Lieutenant Governor's Circle on Mental Health and Addiction, both of whom are sponsors of this.
Thanks, Mr. Rollinger. I'm sorry, I got to stop you there. That's well over 5 minutes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we'll move to Marshall Hundert now. Oh, you're on mute, Mr. Hundert. Mr. Mute. Mr. Hundert.
Let's try that. Sorry about that. Pardon me, committee members. If you wouldn't mind going back to slide number 14, please, I appreciate that. It's just 2 minutes. Thank you. Good morning, committee members, council members, and all speakers here today. Both Saul and myself are presenting to you a bricks and mortar opportunity to address racism in Edmonton. The site of the Diversity Center was built in 1912 as Edmonton's first synagogue, and it operated there until 1952. Next slide, please. From 1952 until just this past summer, it had supported 2 different Christian congregations. Next slide, please. This 3-story building is 110 years old. It's built of solid brick, not just wood veneer, and is structurally sound. You can see all the floors here on the screen. We intend to repurpose this century-old building and welcome 90,000 visitors each year. Next slide, please. This building will need to be upgraded to perform safely and efficiently. The upper picture on the screen is the attic space, which at the time, a very innovative insulation product from a brand new Alberta industry. And there's the announcement in the Lethbridge Leader of 1910. One of our first tasks will be an energy audit and review of energy conserving measures, possibly solar panels on the roof, and to check whether the 100-year-old insulation is actually still performing. Next slide, please. When you enter the main doors, you must climb stairs. We are going to install an elevator with direct at-grade access serving all floors. We'll also have 3 barrier-free washrooms, and will address other code requirements such as fall prevention, emergency exits and lighting, hazmat remediation, smoke and gas monitoring, and others. Next slide, please. This is our construction budget. The code upgrades that I just described are about $680,000. The building envelope, which includes roof, walls, and windows, energy conservation, together another $335,000. Electrical, plumbing, and HVAC could cost up to $600,000. This last figure I've just mentioned includes specific ventilation to allow indoor ceremonies such as smudging or burning incense and camphor. New construction includes structural alterations for the elevator, is about $418,000, and the miscellaneous category there includes property acquisition, site security and fencing during construction, architectural drawings, and municipal permits totaling $1 million. Because this is a century-old building and we're just going to be having our first look inside some of the attic spaces and crawl spaces, we've allowed a 15% contingency, bringing our total construction budget to $3.4 million. Next slide, please. In close consultation with both the public and separate school boards, we anticipate receiving up to 54,000 students each school year. We expect an additional 36,000 visitors in the evenings, weekends, and summer holidays, a total of 90,000 visitors each year. Next slide, please. This is our first year capital and operating budget. I've already described the first item of $3.4 million. If you wouldn't mind going back to slide number 9, please. Thank you. Slide number, yes, thank you. Nope, number 9. Not quite there, but you've heard from Saul about the learning environment that we will achieve at the Diversity Center. Many, in this case, hundreds of children per day with teacher-led classes all happening simultaneously throughout the building. If you could advance, I think you're on the right slide. Let's see. Yes, thank you. We're designing mobile multimedia interactive learning stations. Each station will be equipped with wireless headphones for students who will listen to their teacher's voice broadcast to their immediate localized network. These adaptive stations will allow us the flexibility to configure the center spaces for various size classes, age cohorts, and learning topics. All of this occurring without interruption or noise conflicts between adjacent study groups. If you could advance all the way to the last slide in the presentation, please. That will be our first year, all the way to, yes, thank you. The exhibits, displays, and AV equipment that I just described to you are estimated at $1.75 million. These learning stations account for most of this cost, and we will have 40 to 50 of these stations in operation on a typical day in the center. We have prepared a detailed business plan for the center, and here are some of the highlights. Our forecast of 90,000 visits includes 54,000 school students. Currently, students pay a nominal fee to attend all approved field trips, like going to the TELUS World of Science or the Bennett Center. For the Diversity Center, this will generate over $500,000 in revenue. There will be no admission charge for non-school visitors. We will request donations, and we've included $125,000 from these additional 36,000 visitors. Together, these sources will contribute over $625,000 annually. We'll also explore other funding sources such as grants and promotional sales. Our estimated expenses, including administration, maintenance, instruction, promotion, and honoraria for guest speakers, is about $420,000. The Diversity Center's total funding request of $5.6 million shown on the screen includes some of these operational expenses for only the first year of operations. With our anticipated revenue of more than $625,000, this facility will sustain itself year over year.
Thank you. I'll have to stop you there, Mr. Hundert.
Thank you. That completes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now just check back to see if Mr. Haroon Ali is with us. Not hearing anything. And Rob Compre. I believe he was having technical difficulties. So.
I believe we're still just waiting for Rob. He's going to join by phone. If we can just give it one more moment.
Okay, we'll stand by for a moment. But only a moment. No luck?
I don't see him on the meet just yet.
Okay, well, we're going to have to move along, I'm afraid. So thank you all for your presentations, all of the speakers. Really appreciate you taking the time to join us today and share your perspectives. We're now going to move to questions of our speakers from councillors, starting with committee, and I'll start first with Mayor Sohi. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I really want to thank each and every one of you for being here today and making presentations. You know, I have been going through strong emotions listening to all of you. I shed tears of pain that you described in your presentation, but also tears of joy listening to the hope and optimism that you're giving us today. And I think today can be a monumental day for us if we move ahead on this. So I want to thank everyone. I do have a couple of questions to one to Minister Haji on the principles that you talked about and how those principles can be incorporated into as we move forward on this strategy in the future, right? So I guess that you're in general agreement with three principles of this strategy, three pillars of this strategy, then building on that. So that's one question to you. Then and then I'll go to Mr. Omar after that.
Yeah, so the three components, I see it as tools and instruments to address the racism, and that is the three vehicles or the tools that the strategy uses. What I mean principles are guiding values that will guide us to make sure that those structures are put in place.
Okay.
Meaning those structures are what will work for us, but what do we believe? So we need to believe that we are partners. City as a corporation, community, as well as the council, building those partnerships becomes a principle that will not change. Being a champion of anti-racism of all the three on the community, as well as the city as a corporation and the council becomes another principle. So what I mean is the cornerstones that we are building on those instruments, this is what needed to be captured in the strategy.
No, appreciate that. And also to Mr. Yaqub on all the new ideas are great ideas. I think they are absolutely necessary for us to be an anti-racist city. And the idea you talked about equity-based procurement, for example, and hiring practices to ensure equity lens is applied, diversity lens is applied. Do you think the second component or second pillar of the strategy that talks about creating structure within the organization will allow us to do that?
I would hope it does, but I think we need to take some tangible steps now. I think one of those steps would be ensuring that councillors, the mayor's office, is reporting on their own hiring, and that also community organizations are supporting internships into those offices. I think we know that when there is access, that it changes the nature of conversations.
Yeah.
I don't know if an independent entity would necessarily ensure that level of equitable access to community on its own.
Okay, they got it. Absolutely. I think that all three pillars work together.
Mm-hmm.
One without the other is not going to be as comprehensive, right? So really appreciate that. And final question is to Mr. Cardinal. Rob, thank you. Nice seeing you. Absolutely nice seeing you again on the work you're doing on the anti-poverty initiative. We'll make sure that I hope that you will be included into in the future discussions on that, because there's a lot of alignment with the work this organization can do, the new organization and the anti-poverty work that you're undertaking. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I just we did have somebody from the city of Edmonton come to us and talk to us about ending racism, because one of our I think it's one of our actual game changers is to eliminating racism. And it was interesting to learn that there was an anti-racism advisory committee. The people from city of Edmonton that spoke to us. They spoke to us briefly, but then they kind of just never returned, right? They got some information from us and then they left, right? And see, what we're thinking about is how can we be in collaboration and partnership with the anti-racism advisory committee, also like acknowledging the diversity of Indigenous people within Edmonton, Amiskwichi, Waskaigan, and like for instance, like us, like I'm Cree, I'm Nahiwak, I'm just one tribe. There are many different groups, and how do we bring their voices together also collectively in order to look at racism in an urban context?
No, thank you. I'm out of time, and Mr. Chair, when we are through speakers, I would love to move the recommendations if you want me to do that when we come to that point. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Cardinal. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and much gratitude to all the speakers. I recognize many of you, this is not your first time speaking to council about this issue, and many of you have been working in the field for many, many years. And I certainly had the privilege of having worked with you in the past or currently. So thank you for being here with your time. I actually have quite a bit of questions. Particularly, I feel like many of you have shed a lot of light in terms of guidance for the next stage when the strategy is approved in terms of the implementation plan. So I'll just go through my questions to as many speakers as I can, but I'll probably circle back to Mr. Haji, Mr. Yakub, and Mr. Cardinal. This question is for Elle Jones. Professor Jones, are you still with us?
Yes, hello. Hi.
Yeah, I'm so glad to hear about your involvement, and I'm very curious about what kind of strategic work is happening within the Halifax municipality, and how do you see what's happening here in Edmonton having that kind of national impact, if any?
Yes, thank you very much. So some of you may be familiar with a report that we recently tabled, which was around defunding the police, but it wasn't just solely about policing. It was more importantly about community engagement in things like budgeting. So for example, we ended with recommendations around participatory budgeting and ways that communities can be involved. So when we were doing that report, we were very interested in what was happening in other municipalities. As I mentioned, we looked at Edmonton's report into public safety, and we were influenced a lot by that process. So this strategy, I think particularly what I really want to cite is the Youth Policy Committee. I think that's an amazing development. I think that's something I would love to see other cities do. I've never seen that done in policy before, taken so seriously and have youth having such a role. And that's something I want to take back into our processes as we continue engagement around our report. Because part of our report was, of course, around trying to address how people democratically engage with various structures, how we can get community more involved. We know that voting rates are really low in municipal elections, for example. People feel very alienated and disengaged. So we were also looking at processes that would re-involve communities. So being part of this process as an independent external facilitator to come in and help work with the city, part of that was also with communities to intentionally build these connections between municipalities so we can draw on each other's work. So I think what is happening here was really important to see. And I'm certainly taking it into our work and recommending, particularly, I think the Youth Council is something I would really want to recommend to our municipality to be pursued.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that. For Ms. Jamerson, thank you for your time. Are you still with us?
Hi there. Yes, I'm here.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And really appreciate your insights around, we got the what now, and the how is going to be super important moving forward. And you've talked about, from what I'm hearing, especially like who are you going to be involved in that implementation? I'm wondering if you have any other, I guess, guidance or advice beyond whether it's contractors or kind of the team involved in the implementation, based on your years of experience having worked in this field, what are some of those pieces that will make it more right moving forward?
Oh my gosh, Karen, that's a whole consultation.
Yeah,
you need to hire me for a whole day on that, honestly. And then when you pick yourself up off the floor, we might have to do another whole debrief.
Sure.
It number one starts out by being very, very clear that you know what you want, right? In terms of the values, qualities, processes that whom you bring on board, that they embody. It's not enough to just be running around with rhetoric anymore. I think we're all sick of that, actually. That's tiresome. But how do these people show up embodying it from a genuine place, right? And there's ways that you can get to that. But like I said, that's a whole other consultation, right? We've even, worked on some of those processes within Black Women United, right? It takes a bit of time, but it pays off in spades. It
Yeah,
really does. And so, again, I'll use that word, be encouraged by that part.
I really appreciate that, getting it right and take the time to do that. And that also sounds like a lot of the principles too that we need to start this work, to keep this work going. I have 8 seconds. I'm gonna come back for a different round. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. There's just such a wealth of knowledge and I get lived experience from everybody here. I'm not sure where to first start directing my questions to. Mr. Cardinal, maybe I'll start with you. I'm just wondering, because you weren't aware of the committee that was tasked with this, I'm just wondering, do you have any suggestions on how we can make sure that any future sort of outreach to communities are how we can engage people better, I guess?
Yeah, the only thing I could suggest is like connecting with our circle, looking out into the community. Like I just like to once again express the diversity of Indigenous people, like within the city, and also too, like even Métis people. Métis people are not just Métis people; they're very diverse, and it's one of the focuses that we have within our own circle is bringing forth the voice of all the Indigenous communities here in Treaty 6 together, right? But a lot of our work, like we've created some documents. One is called our umbrella strategy framework. Like if somehow we could potentially connect in the future and share some of those ideas, because it's a lot of work, and at the same time, it's a definite collective lift, right? And we need to, in a sense, have a lot of people on board in order to do our work. Last thing I'm going to say is, like within our Indigenous circle, we're not just an Indigenous circle. We are a circle that uses Indigenous knowledge. I just like to acknowledge to everyone here today that multiculturalism is an Indigenous concept. It's something that comes from our people, but at the same time, we are people of the medicine wheel. So we work with all people, all nations, all ethnicities, and even to be a member of our circle, you don't have to be just Indigenous. You could be of another ethnicity and a background, and together we sit together in an Indigenous way, and we put our minds together, and we use consensus-based approaches to our ideas. I'd just like to say that that's what I got for you right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think on the most part, people are supportive of the framework here. I'm just wondering how the independence of the recommended anti-racism body could be maintained, or the perception, I guess, or not just the perception, how the independence will actually be maintained. And I don't know if that would be somebody from the initial presentation panel that could maybe help me understand that.
So, Councillor Wright, those questions would be asked when we get to questions of administration. The delegation.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll leave it for now, and I think we're almost close to our lunch break as well. So, thank you.
Thank you. And we are pretty much at our lunch break. So I think we'll pause here and commence again at 1:30 after our lunch break with more questions of speakers. So I invite you all to rejoin the meet at that time. Thank you. We are in recess until then. Good afternoon. We'll now continue the February 14th Community and Public Services Committee meeting. We are now at the point where councillors are asking questions of our speakers, and we'll continue with Councillor Jans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I have my notes here. Just give me one moment. And sorry, I was trying to write down some of the names. I apologize if I missed them. I think this first question is for Dunya. I was wondering through you, Mr. Chair, if they could speak to the process in which the community, her community, or the broader community of Black Muslim women were specifically engaged with through this journey. Are they still with us? If not, I have a second question.
Just a second, Councillor Jans. Just a sec. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Okay. My mistake, Councillor Jans. That individual is part of administration's delegation. So that question can be asked when we get to administration.
Oh, my apologies. See, I didn't write down the names properly.
Nope,
I apologize. Could I also, I'm really interested in hearing a little bit more about collaboration with partners going forward, and I really like the idea of the it feels almost like the word ombuds person or ombud service, or kind of the role of like the auditor general keep coming forward, and I guess I wanted to ask Shalini if a little bit more about sort of the process here with regard to independence and where to from here.
So Ms. Sina is also part of the administration delegation. So those questions can be made when we get to administration. I know it's a bit confusing today, but the original.
Sorry, if I could,
yeah.
could I just make a comment, Councillor?
Sure.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I think the confusion here is interesting, because we normally would bring a report just from administration on this, hear from speakers, and what we've chosen to do because of the collaborative decision-making direction we got from council is what normally would have been an administration delegation is now an actually collaborative delegation involving the ARAC, the Youth Council, and Ms. Noor. And so we'll be able to, we're delighted to answer all your questions, Councillor, but I think right now we're just doing the speaker questions and then we'll come to us. So sorry about the confusion, but it's because we're trying to do it in a different way.
I'm guessing then if I had a question for the Youth Council, they also would be part of the administration delegation. So at this point, I'm going to yield my time back to the chair and hold for the next round. Thank you.
And I would just say, I wouldn't put it as they're part of the administration delegation. I would say we've been asked to provide a collaborating delegation, and that's what it looks like for the first time in a long time.
Hello.
So I'm just going to stop here because.
Hello. I was just thinking maybe somebody from the speakers panel can address the question.
Yeah, just a moment.
I can certainly address it.
Right, just a moment if we could. So this is not unprecedented that we've had members from that have joined administration as part of their delegation. But it's just the process we're following to keep questions to the speakers while they're in a panel, and then allow speakers to withdraw essentially from the working part of the meeting for them and observe the rest of the conversation. So I know it's a little bit confusing, but all of those questions can be asked and answered as we go forward. Now, Councillor Jans, you still have some time. Would you like to hear comment from Ms. Odubala with respect to your question?
With the remaining 50 seconds, sure, yes.
We can extend that a bit. Yeah. So please proceed, Ms. Odubala.
Thank you. I think what I was proposing regarding having a community partnership is something that speaks to the structure piece that would promote independence. Having been somebody who has done a lot of community work, we have people with diverse views, And we have situations where we're talking about a population who are dealing with grief and loss and change. So it's a very pressured atmosphere. So yes, we can continue with community dialogue, but there's the piece where we do need to promote community-based participatory research to bring some independence into the process that the community would trust and be able to support. And I think that should be part of the preliminary structure going forward.
Great, thank you. That's more or less your time, Councillor Jans. Any further questions in case, just to be on the safe side?
No, no, thank you. I'll hold for next round.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Ms. Jamerson. She's still on the line with Black Women United.
Not seeing her, Councillor Rutherford.
Okay. Then I would like to ask a question, please, if he is available as well. So is Lloyd Cardinal still on the line?
Hello,
Hi, Lloyd. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good. Thank you so much for being here and for sharing your perspective. And I thought it was really beautiful, talking about that the circles were not just for Indigenous, but that really working in that spirit of the medicine wheel. A question I had for you is, what are your thoughts? Like, so if you, going forward, if this was to look successful for you, what would success look like with these 3 recommendations? So the independent body, internal work of the city of Edmonton to improve their processes, and community initiated grants. What would success look like to you, and from your perspective, to come back in a year from now and say, you know what, that this is really successful and all voices are being heard in it?
Can you ask that question again real quickly? Sorry.
Just, I want to know what your vision of success, like if we approve this strategy today,
Yeah.
and we were able to come back in a year from now, what would success look like to you?
Well, success for me would be everyone being included, everyone's voice being heard. And like I said before earlier, as an Indigenous person, I don't identify as BIPOC. That's something that someone called us, right? And I acknowledge that we face diverse realities when it comes to the issue of racism, or even systemic or endemic racism, right? And success for me would be, community sitting down and having dialogue and meaningful engagement, like taking the time to do that, because we're in a place where we're just like asked to respond. In the Indigenous way, we develop relationships and we maintain those relationships. So like success to me would be that community dialogue taking place and everyone's voice being heard in a like a circle kind of a way. I don't want to explain the medicine wheel. It'll take a long time to explain that right now. But I'm just saying, like in an Indigenous way where nobody's like above each other, nobody's below each other. Everyone is equal, and everyone is heard and acknowledged for their truths. And to bring that forth that way, I think that would be the beginning of success. Also, just maintaining that relationship. So.
Thank you. That's great. And my next question is for Ms. Danavi, Ellie. She's here.
Yes, I'm here on the call.
I know. I just wanted to ask you, what your thoughts are on this strategy from a community safety perspective.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Rutherford. I think What I see in the recommendations in the strategy is basically looking at a sustainable plan that addresses the issues within the system and making sure we have kind of a robust, holistic approach to anti-racism. So part of it is the idea of nothing about us without us. The engagement, meaningful engagement of different diverse racialized communities with the development and implementation of this plan, the accountability within the city of Edmonton, making sure we have the structures and procedures for that. And the third piece is capacity building and operational funding, because without sustainable financial support, what happens is that you have small groups doing the emotional labor, doing all the work, but work stays kind of isolated. People, limited resources, people end up doing amazing work, but not interconnected and not in a sustainable relationship with the city. So the way I see it, you want these pieces to kind of work together in order to address racism, because we know when you look at public safety and community safety, racism has made our community unsafe for different ethnocultural and racialized communities and individuals in different ways. I hope I managed to answer your question.
Yes, you did, and I'm over time, so I thank you so much, and sorry for going over time, Mr. Chair.
That's okay. Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, just really want to thank each and every one of the speakers who has joined us today for offering your time and your expertise. I really appreciate it. And yeah, I just want to actually jump on what Mr. Corbould was saying around having that collaborative delegation present today. I thought that was really fantastic. And I really wanted to voice my appreciation for the actual format of the report as well, and particularly the inclusion of the comments from the thought leaders' conversations. I found that very insightful and helpful for the reader. So at the same time, I recognize that a lot of voluntary labor, unpaid labor went into that as well. And we heard Trent Daley speak a little bit about that and some of the burnout that can follow. So I guess my question is Wati Ramat still with us?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. My question would be around, again, that core operational and capacity building funding and the importance of moving from purely project and program-based funding to operational. Do you feel that that third pillar will sort of help with that burnout piece that is often experienced by racialized communities?
Yes, I mean, for Sisters Dialogue, it's been just under a year that we've been in operation, and we've already been feeling the burnout because we are made of diverse Muslim women who are ourselves being impacted by the vicarious trauma of Islamophobia. When we read about the news of a sister being attacked or hear from someone in the community that they've been harassed on the streets here. And I think to make it more sustainable, the things that we're going to do, I mean, like for Sisters Dialogue this year, we're really just volunteer-based, but we have 3 healing circles to do. We have a safe walk program that we're doing. We're still working on an awareness campaign. It's a lot of things to do. So hopefully if we can get some operational funding for full-time staff, because like for myself, I have my own full-time job and I'm just doing this on the side, that I think the work that we do will be more impactful and more sustainable if that third piece of the recommendation for the operational and capacity building. And it's important that we not overlook, like I said, the smaller groups, because a lot of times when I see, some special funding go out, they've gone to funding, let's say, Al Rashid Mosque when you talk about Islamophobia, when there are actually other groups, smaller groups who are doing real work on the ground, that I think when people talk about operational funding and helping with anti-racism work, that the first thing that comes to their mind shouldn't be established groups necessarily, because a lot of the work that's been done in the past has not been effective, and newer groups are coming up. We have ASAC, we have Sisters Dialogue. So these are the people that are doing work in terms of Islamophobia or anti-Black racism that should be supported by the capacity building grant. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that answer. And I guess I would also go to, is Gemma Dunn still with us on that front? Just to again speak to that importance on the operational side. I know that's obviously an area that you're immersed in.
Yeah, thank you, Ashley. So this is huge. I really agree with everything the previous speaker just spoke to. Is the idea that funding core operations of an organisation really enables them to do the hard work that they're doing in community. I also ask us to consider, ECVO released a report recently called Governance Through a Social Justice Lens, which I will send on after this, because I ask us to consider our governance systems and how we're operating and how we're governing at the high level of our organisations, which is also volunteer run and asking for unpaid labour. And nowhere else in the world are we seeing, other than in non-profits and charities, people asking for unpaid labour to do the real hard work of organisations. So I think that now's the time for change. We really have to fund our organisations to do the work they're doing. We have to pay them honorariums to sit around our tables, and we have to work with them and ask them what they need to participate in this work, because we can no longer expect the nonprofit sector just to continue to adapt and to do more with less, because we're running into the same challenges over and over again of burnout. One of the things I spoke to on the CAOG is the burnout and the mental health of many of our frontline workers, and we're seeing that in our BIPOC and our ethnocultural communities as well. So we have to be really careful.
Great, thank you so much for that answer. And I'll yield the rest of my time and save a few questions for our delegation. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Thanks very much to all of our speakers. I really appreciated the insights shared, and certainly shapes some really important parts of the conversation that we'll be having as well with the delegation. I just wonder, is Mr. Wojcik on the line? I am not seeing him there. There are just a few. Yeah, I just wanted to question some of the assumptions that were being made there, but Mr. Wojcik, I don't believe you're there. Great. Maybe then just is Mr. Jakub still there?
I'm here.
I just want to follow up on your idea of the tendering process, and I think that's a really important shift in our thinking around tendering when it comes to procurement of sort of as I think you called it, the white collar survey design work. Just wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about what the experience has been in the tendering process with the city, and what key improvements, other than sort of some intentionality around that, but maybe other practical barriers as well that may be faced.
I think there's a high degree of opaqueness around the tendering process. And so do community organizations know when these bids are going out, or is it generally the usual suspects? What I've noticed is that organizations like the brokers will be subcontracted. We subcontracted them in my consulting gig to do work, but they're very rarely approached directly. And I think that's something that we can rectify very shortly, and just thinking of community organizations first when we're going out to award tenders. And I think what that would lead to is a sustainable path towards capacity building, because these contracts generally have more margin than the project-based funding that's there. They would also lead to, I think, far better results, because community orgs have natural inroads into communities that are hard to get to. And so I think it's a win-win all around. To answer your question, I think that would start by being very active about how we communicate about RFPs.
Excellent. Yeah, I really appreciate that. I think when I think of procurement, I'm thinking usually around goods or materials. So a really great reminder around the really essential piece of services as well. And I think, I'm sorry, I think everyone else I wanted to ask questions of is no longer on the call, but again, really value everyone who's been able to come for a long day and take the time to be with us today. It's highly valued, and really, really appreciate the input. Thank you.
Thank you. Starting the second round then, Councillor Tang.
Hey, great. Thank you so much. My question is for Ms. Boucher. Are you there?
Hi, Councillor Tang, I'm here.
Hi, thank you so much for your excellent points raised. I'm wondering, you've been with Indigenous circles for quite some time and within poverty, and the anti-racism piece as a game changer has been with End Poverty for a very long time. How do you see this strategy, when approved, could amplify the anti-racism priorities for the Indigenous circle and End Poverty?
Yep, thank you. Great question. Well, one of the projects that I've mentioned earlier is the identity-based data group. So one of the key workings of this group is to undertake a scan of what's currently happening in the city. So very briefly, we wanted to provide a summary, an e-scan of current anti-racism efforts, programs, and frameworks underway to get a sense of where there are gaps and where there are opportunities to build and amplify the work. And a lot of this obviously will be done through engagement and community and capacity building. So there's huge alignment with the anti-racism strategy in terms of that. And then, of course, with the acknowledgement of the anti-racism strategy and direction from City Council, we would hope that it elevates and reminds administration to involve more and broader community in activating those recommendations and strategies that are embedded in it. And I'm seeing this as we speak right now, as we unfold, the way in which you are currently conducting this Public Services Committee meeting, working with the public speakers and the administration. This is decolonizing work. So, and this is the kind of work that we would like to see, because working in this way inherently addresses systemic racism and allows for the participation of everyone in ways that colonial structures do not allow. So I commend the committee for wanting to see that kind of ways that those changes within
Awesome.
the city.
That's excellent. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And then just very quickly to Ms. Gemma Dunn, I'm very cognizant of the excellent work your organization has done last year in terms of, challenges in governance in nonprofit sector. Do you see this strategy, when approved, could advance, that decolonizing or anti-racist work within your sector, specifically related to that document?
I think that this speaks to many of the speakers who came before me about the how. So how this is implemented will be really important. I think the principles that Sharif Hajjaj spoke to earlier are foundational principles in how we're going to do this work. They can't be undermined. When I think about the ELIP work that we've been doing, we've been talking about our guiding principles, which are to be aware of power dynamics, to be people-centered, and to be participatory, and that guides all of the work that we do in that space. So really understanding what's guiding this work and how you're bringing people together will be essential. And then also that you're embedding this in systems. So it's not that we're working at individual levels, we're really working at a systemic level. So the things that Omar has spoken to around how the city currently looks at procurement strategies, how are we actually ensuring that this is embedded throughout all of our systems and work?
Yeah, and I am also interested to think about the impact of the strategy beyond just the corporation and how it might impact the sector, but I appreciate your answer. Mr. Haji, with the last final minute, I'm wondering if you can highlight you have mentioned grassroots opportunities and other levels of government we should be thinking to leverage. Can you just highlight some of those for us here, please?
Yeah, there's a lot of work that is happening around in the arena of anti-racism. Quite a number of it is happening through federal government dollars around the decade of people of African descent, whether it's an economic empowerment or whether it is a social issues. So I just feel like that the city needs to also look into that. What are some of those dollars and where is it used in terms of the work that's already happening, and leverage that. Edmonton Community Foundation does quite some good work around that area as well. So I think there is also a leverage on that. On the point that Omar was making around procurement and tendering, the federal government does that, and there are some precedents that's already put in place that the city can learn and then use that to put into action. So I think those opportunities exist, and it's I think we can't lose it to use those opportunities if we want to impact a system.
Thank you so much. Lots of food for thought as we kind of look forward to the next stage. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi.
I am to ask questions to admin and the delegation.
Okay, thank you. Then I think that concludes our questions of our speakers. So once again, we thank you all very much for sharing a good part of your day with us today and for providing your perspective, really vitally important as we continue with this conversation. So thank you all for being here. You're free to continue to watch the conversation and watch questions of administration and ultimately a committee decision. You can also withdraw from this meeting and watch on YouTube if that's your preference. Either way is fine by us. So we'll now move to questions of administration and the delegation, and starting with Mayor Sohi, with Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So from a process point of view, Mr. Chair, you want to go through the questions from committee first, or you want me to move the recommendation?
Mayor Sohi, if you want to put the recommendation on the floor and move that, then we can have questions to both you and to administration as we go through the rest of the afternoon. That's perfectly acceptable.
I'll do that. Then I'll move that to the Community Services and Public Services Committee recommended to Council. Number one, that the anti-racism strategy as set out in attachment 5 of the February 14, 2022 Community Services Report CS 0087 be approved. And number two, that the 2022 operating expenditure budget for the social development branch be increased by $2 million on a one-time basis with funding from the Edmonton Police Services Fund held within financial strategies.
Did you want to make any introductory comments, Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, I can. I think this is a very important work that committee and our administration has undertaken, coming out of our first inaugural motion on developing this anti-racism strategy. I really support the 3 pillars that have been co-developed by the committee and by the community and our administration. And there's a lot of work to be done on this, right? But this is a very strong foundation on which we can really build our city to be positioned as a most inclusive, welcoming, and an anti-racist city. So, with that, I do have some questions to admin if you want me to do that now, or I can come back later.
No, go ahead with questions, Mayor Sohi. That's fine.
Yeah. So my question is to our city manager and also to Shalini on the next steps. The how we talked about. A lot of members from the public talk about how we going to implement it. So I want to get a sense from you, if committee approves this, council approves this, what will be the next step to continue to build on these 3 pillars and the implementation of the strategy?
Do you want to go first, Shalini?
Sure. Thank you so much for the question. And I just want to thank all the speakers from the public as well. They're still listening in, for making the time to be here and to voice what they were saying. I want to pick up just on a couple of things when I answer this very quickly, which was the piece by the speaker, Lloyd Cardinal, when he was talking about, he wishes that people were listened to in the round and engaged with and talked. And I know that quite a number of the speakers here, and we can speak to this later, weren't directly involved with the ARAC process, but that is how the ARAC process functioned exactly, was in the round and listening and listening and listening. And that is why this report is so radically different, and we were able to bring something different. And I also wanted to appreciate the speaker, Courtney Boucher, who was speaking about how this is decolonizing work, that this whole process looks different, and she appreciated the council committee and administration. And I do need to input some information there and to course correct. This is only different because of the tireless advocacy from the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, supported by members of the BIPOC community, to make this different. And so the point that I'm making is that we can only do this differently from that process. So to come to the how of your question, the absolute first thing that needs to happen is to resource a team from that community-based team who have been working to continue in the process that we have been doing, which is, I think I must have had maybe 60 meetings in 3 weeks with people. But to continue that process of listening, collaborating, engaging all those voices to build the foundations. So to resource that team so we can come back with a really effective anti-racism body. That is the key.
So the second part is absolutely important, the resource part of allocating those resources. Then you can actually do that work and do it without exhausting the volunteers that you have been relying on.
And with greater capacity, so we can keep reaching out to all the people who we're speaking to today and including them.
And that would also include further engagement with the Africa Center, with End Poverty Edmonton, with other partners who've been doing anti-racism work and getting get their input and getting them involved in that co-design.
Yeah, and I don't mind saying, in particular with the Africa Center, which is the largest Black-led organization in Western Canada and an incredible center in the community. You know, the executive director for the Africa Center was away for the entire time that we had to work on this process, which was a few weeks in December and a few weeks in January, but was reached out to and would have absolutely been included. And so that's not a miss there.
No.
It's just circumstantial. And, you know, we did go deeply to the women for reasons, and excluded people for reasons in such a short period of time. But absolutely everyone needs to come along and needs to be involved. Absolutely.
Yeah. You know, one of the biggest strength of this strategy that I see is that co-creation, that co-development. That's so empowering to community, and I hope that with more resources, you will be able to do more of that co-design and co-creation. Yeah, I'm out of time.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for the delegation for the very, as someone pointed out, a very decolonizing approach to presenting this information. And thank you for your leadership on that. I guess I'm just to help me understand the process a little bit. There have been reports around anti-racism that administration has worked on in the past. I remember even participating as a member of the public in some of those engagement sessions. I think this back in 2017, 2018. And at that time, there was so much engagement happening and so many voices and stories heard. And I completely take the point that a lot has already been said about the experiences. Has any of that information, data, stories be looked into in shaping this work right now? I don't know who is best to position to answer that. Anyone? Thank you.
I mean, thank you so much, Councillor Tang. I'm so glad you asked the question, because this link of history is so important to connect. And I'm thinking that Dunya may come on to answer this question as well. But I will just start by saying Dunya was one of the people involved. So the link is there very clearly. Jeanetta was one of the people involved, and those conversations have been happening. This work was not done in isolation. It has absolutely grown from the incredibly stellar work that has been done before. And I think one of the things we've been able to add into this process this time was much more healing, because the impacts of that process before were very hurtful, and relationships were fractured. And the biggest job that I had was to hold space for hopefulness and rebuild trust, which is why I needed to come around to start speaking to councillors to find out, was there an openness and a hopefulness to hear these words, to hear these actions. So absolutely the strategy is embedded in what's come before.
Great, thank you. I want to ask a little bit about, and I think this has come up quite a bit, and I take your point absolutely, Ms. Chair Singha, around the engagement with various communities. And I love the point about working with a youth council and really amplifying some of the work and experience there as well. I'm curious if you've for example, connected with other advisory committees and councils within City of Edmonton, like accessibility and WAVE, etc. If you can expand on that.
Yeah, no, that's such a lovely question. And, one of the things I want to help people see a picture of is how things currently function. So currently within city administration, what's under anti-racism work and what's under Indigenous relations work are separated. And it is an uphill battle to try and connect that work. And even when I had a conversation with the director of the Indigenous Relations Office, just in the weeks coming up to this, she said, it's interesting that the ideas you're bringing forward are ideas that Indigenous elders have been speaking about for some time. And we connected on how, of course they are, because these are the ideas that challenge colonization and systemic racism. And so the city has just moved to processes to try and help facilitate more collaboration between those equity-seeking bodies that you mentioned. It was an accident that I heard that the Youth Council had an anti-racism initiative and they were going to be presenting their initiative that day. It wasn't a direct connection through administration, and I asked to go and listen. And when I listened, what I heard was they wanted to be involved. And from that second, I heard the call and acted, and they were involved at every single step with us. WAVE has also been involved with us in connecting, and that is by individual relationships made chair to chair, including the Transit Authority. The Transit Advisory Committee has been hearing about it by individual relationships. So the system is working to get there. But yeah, and accessibility and us really connected early on, especially when we brought remuneration forward. So there has been that attempt within the system to try and communicate.
Okay, no, that's great. I probably will come back for a second round because I have quite a bit of questions just around the governance and how you kind of really see the structure for those three pillars. But I guess one thing I am curious if you can touch on quickly here is, what do you see as the future of ARAC? Is it a continuation of, say, the board of the independent body? Anyways. Thank you.
No, perfect. And I'm so glad that you've asked this. And when I answer this question, I need to say that the next piece of work we need to do, because this was laying down the foundations, we need to continue in our collaborative process with community to build these pieces correctly. And so nothing I say is set in stone. It's just as far as I can tell. And when we've talked about this, I've noticed that different people have different ideas with these words. So they imagine ARAC in one way, they imagine an independent body. And so there's a lot of work to do to help that we're talking about the same things. And all I can say at this moment is that the intention for the independent anti-racism body is that it is deeply driven by community, by grassroots, Indigenous, Black, people of color communities, especially the most excluded, and that there should always be in bodies like this still a place for citizen input and voice. And so I imagine some kind of governing body to it, but we still have to work out all the relationships.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Just looping back to my last questions, I was wondering if Shalini could, Ms. Sinha could speak maybe a little bit about the independence question I had voiced first.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Councillor, do you mind phrasing the question again?
Yeah, my apologies. It's been a couple back. I guess I was when I read the report, I kept thinking of a body like an Ombuds Service or an Auditor General or something like that, and the role of an independent sort of advisory to council or to the city, acknowledging that just governance wise, I mean, sometimes councillors can have our own blind spots, administrations and systems can, and I mean all structures, right? But yeah, I was just wondering to hear a little bit more about that and where the deliberations have gone.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. This is one of the most complex questions because this is new. And, we wrote about it in the report, and I will share that when community first started to bring this idea to me, it was not in any direction that I was thinking. And I really had to listen and percolate. And then I realized that I had a reference point. So because I had been doing anti-racism work for several decades in the European Union, this was an area of best practice. And so I had a reference point. But what we've been doing in community is really taking forward the ideas. Where have they succeeded in the past? Where have they failed in the past? And how can we build on that? So we're bringing something new, and it hasn't fully been envisioned exactly if it's going to function like an ombudsman office. I think it's going to be broader than that. We need to talk about the data collection, the reporting. We need to have that healing happening, facilitating somehow through this. We need to have all that connection with community. I do believe what we've come to so far, the most important things to safeguard and protect that independence are the mandate, vision, mission, values, goals that is deeply embedded in anti-racism, that continue connection with the most excluded people, and then the individuals who are hired into that, who can be anti-racist, who can drive it in that way. But I do think there's one more piece: how it builds itself in relationship to the other structures that are there. We've succeeded so far here because we have kept an open relationship with administration, even when it was, Andre won't mind me saying this, excruciatingly painful. I mean, I think we watched people's health decline in this period, certainly on our side, BIPOC side, mental health, physical health. It was excruciatingly painful. Because we were envisioning to do something this big, which is challenge systemic racism. So this is the part I'm really looking forward to, is going back to the community. But we do have ideas. There are independent bodies that come from the provincial government. There are independent bodies already here in the city. So we do have markers that we can look at, and we need to build and bring something really strong and really big.
That's kind of what I was worried about too, though, because you need independence of thought or of recommendation, but also communion and ability to share dialogue and input there too. So I've heard about that. I guess I was trying to think through this as well about our GBA plus analysis. As you're aware, every report we receive has a GBA plus recommendation at the bottom, and I'm curious hearing more about in the committee journey, in the ARAC journey, about other excluded, marginalized groups, and other folks who may not have been, or maybe were harder to reach. But yeah, sorry, and I know I have a minute left.
No, that's perfect. And Councillor Jens, I don't know if you may be willing to come around in the second round, so I can come to that. I realize I think the city manager has some ideas there on the independence piece that he might like to share. Is that okay?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Oh, thanks, Ms. Sinha. Yeah, I just wanted to say, Councillor, that I don't think an ombudsman office is near big enough for the independent office. And the reason I say that is quite often ombudsman's office don't have the very important task in this organization, which is to really track the data and bring that and bring the real experiences to life. So I think it's going to be much bigger than an ombudsman. We have looked at all the options, or we will look at, all the options, from auditor type office to ombudsman to perhaps separate council. I think what's important is two things. One, that it report to council. So there's a clear accountability there both ways. And then the last thing, that it's looking citywide. It's looking at everything in the city and can comment on every organization, private, public, that sits in the city.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I just going through which ones of my questions have been answered. So Mr. Corbould, with that independence then, for those community members that have faced systemic racism in the past, how can we ensure that they have confidence coming forward to the new independent body?
I would start by saying, if they help build it and help influence what it looks like and its mandate and everything about it, then that should help to create confidence. And then I think, really demonstrating its full independence. And quite often city auditors and ombudsmen can be seen to be very quickly become part of the public service in whatever level they're in. So I think we have to take some extraordinary steps to show the independence, show the confidentiality, and really live that. But the best thing I would say is that if the community that needs to have confidence in it helps build it, that, in my opinion, it will be the best thing that can get us there.
And try to keep it at the grassroots level, I guess, maybe than too much authority within it. I don't know. Okay. The other question that I had was in regards to the funding request. So I'm just wondering how we came to the 2 million and how that's distributed, I guess, between the 3 pillars.
Yeah, so when we first talked about funding, we thought initially about taking some more time to put a funding package together. And then some of us had a discussion and said, we can't wait till the summer. And in particular, we need to tackle the first inequity of having volunteers do the work. And so while I would say the number one priority in this strategy is certainly the independent body, I think that was well explained. I think the sort of tactical priority is to get the money so that work can be done to develop the independent body. And so that third recommendation on getting money into the system as soon as possible to do the work that Ms. Sinha described needs to be done as an important immediate next step. That requires cash and money. I think overall in any given year, it'll be a lot more than 2 million. I felt very comfortable that we could spend well that $2 million in this fiscal year. As to the specifics of where it would go, that needs to be part of the next collaborative decision that we all make together in terms of how much goes for operational funding, how much goes to perhaps, do some work on what the independent body would look like. So that's a step. If council approves it, we will do that detailed financial plan, which I explained.
And with the structure and setup of the new body, is that like the terms of reference and everything that goes along with that, is that done at the administrative level, or does that come back to council for approval? Or sorry, not the terms of reference, I think it's terms of engagement.
Yeah, I would say that needs to be co-created by the community and ourselves. And then I do believe council needs to approve what that looks like with recommendations from ARAC, the community, and ourselves.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. And I didn't ask questions of the speakers, but I just wanted to say how much I truly appreciated how many people came and spoke to the impact racism has had in their life and their optimism. I do have questions about sort of the strategy going forward. First of all, one of my sort of the gaps that I'm seeing in the work here is that it's notably silent on anti-Semitism. And I recognize that there was a very limited amount of time to engage with groups, but there isn't a mention of anti-Semitism in this work. And I'm wondering sort of what the plan going forward is to include anti-Semitism as part of this anti-racism strategy.
I think I might come to that. Yeah, I do really appreciate that. I do want to clarify that ARIC contributed to attachment 1 and attachment 5. And so the other attachments explaining of history and glossary of terms came from administration, so I won't speak to those at all. But I will say that ARIC has been focusing on and discussing the issue of anti-Semitism for quite a long time. And we absolutely stand against anti-Semitism, and they're, and are committed to that work to both stand with Jews and stand with Black people, Indigenous people, people of color, and build those relationships. The issues are very complex in terms of how our communities have been targeted and set up against each other. And it's part of these healing relationships as well, because we are communities that naturally need to be aligned in solidarity. So so from our point of view, I don't think we were mentioning specifically Islamophobia or anti-Semitism or other pieces. I know ARC does particularly take an attention to visibly naming the racism against Indigenous peoples and the racism against Black people, because those two pieces have been set up in such unique and devastating ways that when we fight for dignity and healing on those two pieces, life improves for all of us people targeted by racism. So I hope that you hear our absolute solidarity against anti-Semitism and the need for us to always be in relationship with each other.
Absolutely. So what I'm, because Islamophobia is named in some of the attachments, but I hear that Iraq wasn't involved in that. So maybe that's a sort of better turn to city administration. But what I'm hearing, I think in response to some previous questions, is that there's going to be further engagement. So is it fair? Sorry, my cutter there. Is it fair to assume that there will be engagement with the Jewish community, organized and individually, sort of going forward on this anti-racism strategy, and that can be answered by administration as well?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. We given the timelines, we did have one discussion with faith-based groups, a group of them here in the city, and I think it's certainly a valid point that was not mentioned. And to answer your last question, yes, we will be going forward as part of the greater consultation with people that did not get a chance to weigh in, for sure.
Excellent. I'm very glad to hear that. I think one more question with respect to, I guess I'm looking at this strategy and I'm seeing a fairly significant undertaking, and I think I'm curious about how your team, Mr. Corbold, is going to define accountabilities here from at least the city side. On one hand, like I really hear the need within community for this work. On the other hand, a lot of times when we talk about funding community-based organizations, it's culminating in conversations about how we measure the efficacy of not their work, but the dollars that we're assigning to that work from a perspective as a city corporation. So I don't expect that framework will be well sort of defined at this point, but I just wanted to sort of ensure that that is on your radar and you are looking at sort of how to sort of communicate those accountabilities.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I would say the most important thing we have to do is be accountable for the outcomes that we briefed and that are in the report, those intended outcomes of actually moving towards eliminating racism and reducing it. That's what we have to measure the use of resources against. And I think the independent body really helps in that role, as well as the internal pieces in administration.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I actually have a few questions on specifically the timeline and the budget in this motion. So, you know, even in hearing some of the speakers talking about and then hearing today about the importance of relationship and time for dialogue and time to make sure that this isn't reactionary. When I look at this recommended timeline, it's saying that you're coming back in the summer of 2022 with an implementation report. So I'm thinking about from now till summer, that's a very, very short timeline to do relationship building and dialogue with some of those groups that have been missed in this first iteration. And I think it is more important that we have a holistic conversation and around that implementation. Could Could you speak to that a little bit? Because that timeline does concern me a little bit, because I hear the urgency, and we also need to, think about that principle of do no harm.
I think I might start there, trying to communicate with the others on this delegation in case I'm taking up the space. But I do appreciate, as chair of the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, I'm central to having a vantage point and having some of these questions, answering some of these questions. So on that one in particular, absolutely, it seems all tight. And that timeline is a balance of some very important needs. There is a need from community to see this enacted sooner rather than later. And the sense of, let me give you an example. When Eric first came to administration or to city council, the previous council, to talk about remuneration for volunteers, it was about 14 months of consistent work before a volunteer received any remuneration. And that was very discouraging for folks. And I know that processes take time, and big processes take time. But what we're trying to balance is the need to see an impact of this body somehow this year. So that's where that timeline comes from. And I do think that we can do this in phases. The whole thing isn't going to start this year, but we can start with an initial lead team, and then we can continue to build it out. And we need to do that work on the foundations. And so to come back to you in the summer with a clarity on the foundations, and if there's more budget asks or budget changes, that's the marker there. And then to come back in the autumn for the 4-year budget discussions, we need to be able to input into that, and if this is going to be effective. And I will say one more thing about that. There's a piece of work that we need to do amongst our BIPOC communities to get behind supporting the work of women, LGBTQ2S+ members in our community, youth in our community, and the most marginalized people. There's a way that we have been able to come to deep ideas very quickly. Because of what I mentioned earlier, we don't have to keep explaining what our experience is, and we don't have to keep justifying the ideas. So each time we go to someone, we're getting deeper on the ideas immediately, every time they link into and become part of the process. So honestly, we did this work in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I know the motion was in November, but actually RX work was completed in a few weeks at an unfair pace, and Youth Council matched us. I'm sorry to have modeled that by adults, and I want to appreciate how they did. I do believe that over a couple months, we can get the foundation of this independent body and bring it back to council in the spring.
And I would just add, Councillor, that I share your concern.
Okay, I was just going to say, I have a minute left, and I had a few other questions. So I appreciate that answer. It does cause me pause, because I do think there's a lot of tensions between the sense of urgency and the sense of doing it well. And I think that's an intersect that we haven't fully grappled with yet, quite frankly. My question now to you, Mr. Corwell, is I know, picking off of Councillor Wright's questioning, how did we come up with this $2 million budget ask if we haven't built out that budget yet? And where are we anticipating this money will go to in this, and that's in the motion right now?
Yeah, so thanks, Councillor. Essentially, we wanted to make an impact financially in terms of what we can do. I did a bit of an estimate on what I think this will cost ongoing in future years, and I think it's somewhere in the order of $5 to $6 million. To be very honest, we just simply said, we know we can use $2 million, we can get it out in the community, and we won't get that money out until we've come up with a deliberate plan. But part of me, to be honest, was we're not going to solve this problem with a couple of $100,000 here and there in previous grants that we've done. And so we wanted to make a very visible statement that we need resources to do this properly. And when we started looking at the 3 recommendations, that does require that order of magnitude.
Okay, I'll come back for another round. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think most of my questions have been answered. I do just want to recognize the importance of having youth at the table here. And I specifically want to thank Notion, Aisha, and David for being with us today. I think, we heard from Elle Jones that having youth directly involved at the level of policy is really quite innovative. And thank you to Chair Sinaf for recognizing that at the outset and cultivating that relationship. So I guess my question is, going forward, I assume the intention is to ensure that youth are at the table, even at the level of the independent anti-racism body. Is that correct? Is my assumption right there?
Yes, absolutely. And even at the level of the initial lead team.
Fantastic. Yeah, I think that's a really integral part of this work. And the other thing I just wanted to touch on to Councillor Rutherford's point around that tension between the urgency, but also wanting to get it right. I think it's important to remember that the actual process itself has to be anti-racist as well. And making sure that folks are properly recognized and resourced is part of that too, so that work can be carried out in a fair manner. So yeah, I'll end there. Like I said, most of my questions have been answered, and I want to thank everyone again for your involvement in this conversation. Thank you.
Just as there's a little bit more time on that, I'm wondering if any of our members from Youth Council did want to speak to that.
I would love that if anyone would like to join.
I don't mean to just put them on the spot, but in terms of ensuring and embedding that youth voice and that youth lens.
Yeah, I think I can maybe speak on that a little bit. I think that from last year, our initiative last year, we found that youth voice was missing from a lot of the reports, and we found that a lot of youth want to be included in the conversation. I know a lot of friends of mine kind of talk on Instagram a lot or talk on Facebook about certain issues, but they don't really know how to voice their concerns out or how to take action on them. I think this is a really good way to do that. And we also found last year that youth are willing to get involved, but don't really know how to. And I think this is a really good opportunity for them to do that.
Thank you so much for that, David.
Any other comments? No? Okay. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thanks so much for the presentations and for all the work that's gone into this. I'm really excited by the framework that's been set up, and I think, particularly excited by the independent anti-racism body. The attention I maybe wanted to get to, so it just goes to that the relationship between that independent body and council, and just wonder power dynamics of that independent body reporting to council, what that dynamic is, and also just having the funding come from city council. Again, what's interesting that I don't see mentioned explicitly, it talks about the independent body providing anti-racism oversight for administration and an accountability partner for other agencies, but wondering how that independent body can also act as an accountability mechanism for city council. But then again, acting in that role when it is reporting to council and being funded by council, just wondering some initial thoughts on how to work through those tensions.
No, I absolutely have some thoughts, and I think the key to that is relationships. I think that no matter what you mandate, nobody has influence over somebody that they don't have a deep, respectful relationship with. And I do think that is also what allows people to listen to each other and to grow and move. So I do think that when we have been bringing forward our anti-racism process, people have been moved in the process, and that they do move and grow. I think on that note too, in this process, I did mention that when it was my job to try and help community feel hopeful that this could be done, I started to reach out to councillors and speak to them, and in that way started to build relationships with councillors. And I do see that being important in the independent anti-racism body. Humans can hear what makes sense, and they need to be listened to and heard. So I do think there's an ability to be an accountability partner alongside being reporting to.
I would just add, Councillor, that lots of independent bodies are financed by the people they watch over, like auditors and others. And so I don't think it's unprecedented. And really, it does speak to the courage of the people that are appointed to those bodies and the legislative clarity in terms of what their role are. So we can, I think, make that as clear as possible as we put it together.
Great, thank you. I think something that I'm really excited about with the independent body as well is that it seems like it's really designed to amplify other voices rather than being a representative group. It's an activation group. It's an empowerment group. It's an amplifying group. Wondering if that will also include, and I apologize. Yeah, but just looking at some of the more specific policy recommendations too. So I heard earlier, just in terms of some challenges around people feeling disengaged from the political process. So there are opportunities there too to maybe look at our voting system, for example, and what types of changes might need to be advocated for, so that people while having that opportunity to have their voices amplified through the independent body, also have that opportunity to have their voices amplified through the democratic process as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to see that as an outcome that we can measure over time with the work. And I will use this analogy. Research has known that people who don't have faith or belief in the system don't report injustices. In fact, one of our youth delegates here today, I heard her speak once about a story about, and what she said was that racism is the price that newcomers feel they have to pay for the safety of the change of the lives that they are now gaining here. I know myself, I have never officially ever reported a complaint of racism, and I have experienced many. With the independent body, one of the things that we aim for is that trust and faith in the body and the system is what will stimulate recording and reporting of events. And I think that as you build trust, and I think this is what Elle Jones was saying, that as you build trust and relationship and empowerment and engagement, people feel more willing and able to participate in political processes. So I think that's an outcome we can look for.
Awesome, that's wonderful. People, thanks again so much. Really looking forward to supporting this work.
Thank you. Councillor Rice on the first round.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I want to thank you, everybody, and then take your time and come here to speak, and then but listen to everybody's story, and then actually, yes, we can see the needs, and from community perspective, and this work is how important to the community. I do heard lots of good questions and from my colleague councillors. I'm not going to repeat that, but I do have other few questions. The first one, so it's great to hear, and we still have further community engagement involved. I just wondering, and from community perspective, do you have like the lots of engagement with Chinese community, and specifically and from Mandarin Chinese community? And because recently I received lots of concerns voice and from Mandarin the Chinese community even this morning, and then I received a few as well, and then if anything you would like me to support with that connection, and as a Chinese collating and specific as first language is Mandarin, and I can definitely contribute to that.
Thank you so much, Councillor Rice. I really love and appreciate the question. And in particularly in this time when our Asian communities have been suffering so much during COVID, and there's been a rise in anti-Asian hate. This is really important. And I do also want to make the distinction with the motions. ARC has really been holding this space that we move from community engagement to collaborative decision making. And that is how ARC aimed to function, was collaborative decision making at every step. And I think that distinction is important. And we do need to continue to do the work and to go out and to engage with more communities. So I look forward to those connections that you're mentioning specifically yourself, and doing more outreach and connection with the Chinese community. In this particular period, given the time that we had, our focus was on Black Muslim women and LGBTQ2S plus queer BIPOC and youth because of safety issues.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. So the next big question, I do want to echo some concern and from my colleague concerns I heard regarding the accountability piece and also physical efficiency piece. So this question is to Mr. Koval. And then do you have information handy and regarding last year November and then December, I believe, we already approved some funding and from the Edmonton Police Services funding and withholding in the financial strategies and to support anti-racism committee. So do you have that number specifically right now? If you don't, and then that's okay. And I just look at the total number since this new council started to support this work and how much funding amount is already implemented and put into to reflect some accountability piece, and then my colleagues mentioned earlier.
Yes, Councillor, I believe it was 1.2 million that was added to the budget in the fall budgetary process. And now we're asking for 2 million for a total of 3.2 million in this fiscal year. And we will have very clear accountability for all of that money and make sure we can report back to council on it.
Thank you. That's wonderful. And a lot of questions about the shared social responsibilities. I do believe, and from an anti-racism perspective, this is 3 orders of government shared social responsibilities. And then, Mr. Koval, and would you mind to tell me about if we put like over $3 million annually, and how does this reflect our city's core services and how that linkage between there? I understand the important and the needs and from community, but at the same time, and then I agree with my colleagues said, we still need to look at from accountability piece, and also I would like to from our city's core services perspective. And specific, this item is shared responsibility for 3 levels of government.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I guess I would just put it simply that I can't think of a more core service, and I wouldn't use that term normally, than anti-racism. If we can be successful at reducing and eventually eliminating anti-racism, then this city will be a much better place. And I could not think of anything that's more core and fundamental to us as a city. And that's enshrined in our city plan and our Connect Edmonton plans as well.
Okay, my time is out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to everyone who came out. This has been a really excellent discussion. I just wanted to get a little bit granular as far as committee appointments. I know that we have a process, but in light of deinstitutionalizing, I'm wondering if there's allowance made in this realm, because membership can be fluid. People have specific challenges, but we also might have people like, for example, Indigenous people who have been willing to step up, but have been told that they missed the window of opportunity by a day.
Can I take that question?
Yeah, well, sure. You can take that question, or maybe city manager, since it's
Sure.
sort of city processes.
You go ahead, Ms. Sinha. I'll follow up.
You go ahead. If I have time, I'll come back to it.
I would just say, Councillor, it's never too late. As I said in my remarks, we had 90 days. We worked really hard to hear as many voices as we could. Really appreciate what the Youth Council and ARAC did, and couldn't have done it without them. And for those that we did not get to or hear from, this is a long road. It's not too late. Please reach out to your councillor and us and anyone else to bring that voice to this issue.
Okay. Was there? Oh, okay. I think someone wanted to follow up as well. Is that right?
It's Shalini here from the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee. Because I think if I've got this correct, your question is about recruitment to the civic agencies, and that I'm aware that, yes. So Eric's point on this has been very consistent. Marginalized and excluded people need, anyway, we have challenged city administration on the 1 minute late on everything or the day late. We embedded that anti-racist process into our grants program, that we gave very clear instructions to administration that if someone was late, that we would look at the context and why, because systemic barriers can also mean that someone needs more time. But it is because of that when ARAC won the right to review our mandate and then brought that back to council and council ratified that, we have included that we can then look through our own community-based processes and nominate 4 more people in, and especially to address the lack of balance that can be there. And our priorities have been around Indigenous people. So in particular with those 2 applications, we discussed it at a new internal subcommittee, and we're discussing that this is likely an exact example of how this needs to come through the process that ARC put in place to stand to balance what currently happens in the city.
That would be great, especially considering that we heard some concerns from the Indigenous community today. One thing I wanted to touch on, and I'd just like to hear what the response is. We heard a little bit earlier that almost sort of the groups could take it as disparaging, that they've been ineffective in their efforts at anti-racism, other groups in the past. And I'm sure their contention would be that this is a challenging issue. Maybe they're underfunded, or maybe they've made a lot of progress that's just not detectable. But we heard that, and I think that maybe that's not the messaging that was intended. So maybe clarification on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to clarify that because I'm confused to hear it right now. So if that's the message that was heard, it absolutely needs to be clarified. So I think the message that we're trying to bring across is that immense work and immense effort is constantly being done, and it comes up against a systemic barrier that causes hurt and harm to people who are working so hard on this issue. So I do definitely want to clarify that we fully acknowledge, honor, and respect all the work that's being done and that has been done in the past. And actually what's coming with this anti-racism strategy is not new. It's threaded in and built in and on the sales of what members have been doing in the past. So I hope I've clarified that.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sure that'll be a comfort to a lot of different groups who are listening in. And then my last question, I think, has already been answered. There is definitely an intention to now engage with groups, for example, the ones that came out today and beyond as the work goes forward. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I know the time is there, but I do need to say this, that with our practice of going to the most marginalized, it is not that groups were excluded, because those people are also community members within those groups. It is that some of the leaders of our BIPOC communities do happen to traditionally be men, and our communities do happen to traditionally be set up in patriarchal structures. And there's no disrespect. Everyone is to be involved, absolutely. But we, as a practice in the initial...
I'm out of time. Thank you.
In the first stages, went down to the ground, to the grassroots.
Thank you. On the second round then, Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, great questions. I just want to build up on some of the others mentioned around implementation, the timeline, and funding. We've heard a lot from the speakers about the importance of taking it slow and figuring out those principles, intention, and as I understand, really flesh out some of those terms of engagement. I guess, can you speak to a little bit of sort of, how do you see this process unfold to mitigate this risk of, as we heard, adding another layer of, say, bureaucracy, or I might put it out there, or even unintentionally perpetuating another level of power structure, even with that independent body. If you can just speak to ways to mitigate that.
Absolutely. It's actually the very first question that came up from community and anyone hearing this idea, and we aimed to address it right away. So this is what came up in our community dialogues on that the key to ensuring that this body stay independent, anti-racist, community-driven, is in laying down very clearly the values, vision, mission, mandate, goals, and the outcomes that it's driving to, as well as setting up the governing body correctly and setting up the people in it correctly. These are the elements that will allow it to continue to be an independent body, and it does need to be built by community.
Oh, great. Thank you. I mean, that's a lot. I think that's a lot of work. And I think, as Councillor Rutherford pointed out, the timeline is really short. The spring SOBA, the supplemental budget adjustment, it's not even summer, it's like spring. And so then you would come back with kind of the results of all those discussions and all those pieces you have mentioned as part of that implementation plan. Is that what I'm understanding? Or is that going to be ongoing?
Sorry, Councillor, was that for me?
For anyone who's able to answer.
Yeah.
Sure. I don't know if Ms. Singhai, are you still online? We may have lost her.
Okay, do you hear me here?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I looked okay to me, but then I think I was the one who was gone. So can you tell me when I left, or did I answer the question?
Oh, I didn't hear your answer. If you can. Oh.
Okay.
It was about the timeline is actually, I think, a lot shorter than what is mentioned in the report.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's the very first question and the most important question everyone's been working on.
Oh, sorry. No, you did. No, you did address that question, and I followed up with.
Okay,
so
sorry.
all the pieces that you had mentioned will be part of that implementation plan that will come back as the next stage for the supplemental budget adjustment, which is actually not summer; it's going to be spring, so even earlier than what is proposed in the report.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So that is the plan then. Okay.
Yes.
So that's a lot of heavy lifting there.
Well, this time it'll be with a resource team rather than volunteers. Yeah.
So about that resource team, so the funding 2 million is going to social development branch with the team that's the secretariat that's currently supporting ARAG, or is that funding going to be managed through ARAG, or are you going to set up? I guess I'm just trying to understand the order. Are you going to set up the independent body and then manage that funding? How does that work?
Yeah, Councillor, maybe I'll try that one just to say we had to put it somewhere in city budget for the purposes of the motion and the clarity that getting approved. It would go there, but as I tried to indicate in my notes, the allocation of those funds needed to be co-decided with ARAC administration and the BIPOC community to keep in line with the motion from council. So we would see that co-decided with ARAC and administration and others.
Right, so that will be the part that's coming back with an implementation plan, but I'm also hearing we need the resource to get the people to do the work for that budget decision and the implementation plan.
Correct.
So I feel like there's a bit of a sequence. I feel like I'm missing something.
Yeah, and that's why I did not want to wait till the spring or summer to ask for money from council. I need some money. We need some money early, and we think 2 million is a good start so that ARAC and I can allocate that money for people to do the work that needs to be done so that we can get the implementation plan together and clarity on the independent body.
Okay, my time is up. I do want to come back for another. I think there's, I think this is great work here, and I want to make sure we are clear on expectations.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you so much. And I'm still gonna circle back, and I get the need for the money right now and the upfront cost, and I don't have a concern with that, but I still have a concern with, I don't see the rush with why this has to come back in the summer and not in the fall to do this work in the way that really does build relationship and engage in dialogue. And while it can be done fast, and I'd like to highlight that I had these exact concerns when this original motion was put on the floor in 2021. And that's something that I've heard through this process is how rushed this has been. So I just really want to pause and ask what, and this is to either Andre or whomever on the delegation, what is the risk of just coming back in fall with a more comprehensive ask and all of those pieces in place?
If I could start, Councillor, I would say maybe it's how we're describing it. Maybe, I guess more what I'm interested in the summer is to at least getting a check-in with council that we're on the right track, so that we can spend the 3 months after that making sure we put a very comprehensive 4-year budget ask in the 4-year plan in the fall. My concern is if we were to wait until we don't go back to council until the fall, and what if council says, well, actually, we want you to go in different directions, then we would be hard pressed to put in a detailed budget ask. So maybe the way to look at it is an interim check-in in the summer, so that we can all together, community, council, administration, make sure we're moving in the right track, because we'll require quite a significant amount of work to turn some of that implementation plan into a proper budget ask to council in the fall. So
Okay, that makes more sense now that I'm hearing it that way. That helps clarify it to me. So I appreciate that. My next question is to a youth council member. There's a youth council member on the delegation. So I heard the need to center youth voices, and I couldn't agree more. I think often youth are told they're the leaders of tomorrow, and I say no, they're the leaders of today. They don't have to wait for tomorrow. However, I do also know that in a lot of this work and in a lot of cultures, elders and seniors are really respected and admired for their knowledge and wisdom. And I haven't heard that being grounded or centered in this conversation. So I wanted your thoughts on that.
I'm going to pass it off to any of my fellow youth council members as well if they want to add on anything after. But I think that's a really great and valid question. And to that I say that us as youth, we have our own lived experiences and our own wisdom from our own perspective. There are just certain things that we can provide an insight on that, of course, I have so much respect for my elders, my grandparents. My culture is rooted in learning from their wisdom. However, I think we tend to not look at the youth perspective or the younger perspective of things. If you ask somebody what has truly impacted them, a lot of the times people will go back to their childhood and talk about events that happened when they were younger. I think as youth, we have the ability and we have this power to create an impact moving forward at such a not only young age, but to ensure that the habits that we create now or the aspects that we dedicate in terms of anti-racism within the city right now can actually help amplify those voices, including those elder voices that have been doing this community work for over decades. And which is why this collaborative approach was so important to us, because it was an attempt to amplify those voices altogether, not to step over an organization's voice, but more so to amplify it through this work, which is why I think not only youth perspective is unique in that aspect, but that it helps amplify an elder's wisdom in terms of that collaborative approach. They almost kind of intersect within one another in a very beautiful manner. But
Perfect.
Notion, David?
No, that's good. And then my last question, just really quickly, in the emails I've received a lot of around this sort of anti-racism work, be it the grant, be it this, is sort of this sentiment of reverse racism, which I actually don't see reflected in the report at all. Could somebody quickly speak to the misconception of reverse racism, or just speak to that a little bit in terms of it not existing? I
would like to speak to that because I think on the delegation I am an anti-racism expert and consultant. Reverse racism doesn't exist. And I know this is a big confusion, and it's information we need to put out there. And it is because it is not that we don't all have an experience in relation to racism. We all do. And it's not that we can't all experience incidences that are difficult, painful, or even hurtful. But racism must be understood in terms of structures of power. And there are locations of some identities to be disempowered in the system and some to gain privilege, even when they don't feel like they have privileges, even when they do feel incidences of victimization. And so that is the moment when someone says, well, that's reverse racism, but actually it does not exist as a concept.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I do understand the importance and the needs for this work. And thank you, Ms. Corbel and City Manager, explain and how that link back to our city's core services. The follow-up 2 questions. The first question to Ms. Senha. And then I remember, and when City Council first approved the $1.2 million to anti-racism committee, and we had the number reporting like how many cases and reported we received. So if my memory is right, is 140 around. Do you have the new information in case how many reports we received, and then regarding the recent incidents or anything? Since November to now.
I don't think I'm the right person to answer. It might have to come from somewhere in city administration, because I'm not sure which number we're talking about. And the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee hasn't been a committee who has been able to take in reporting or see the numbers. So that must be coming from somewhere else. And I think maybe someone in administration can help.
Yeah, Councillor, I would say that this is one of the reasons we need the independent body, because we don't have good data and everything is underreported. That some of the numbers that we talked about in the fall were numbers that we have on hand, but we think it's vastly underreported. And I don't have a more recent number at this stage, but that really does illustrate the need for the independent body and the requirement for data in that independent body.
Okay, so that means we can expect this type of data and information will be included ongoing and for the decision making, right?
It's certainly one of the desired outcomes, and for the independent body to be able to collect that data and have it and make recommendations based on that data and work with. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I do have a concern about the funding amount we give out right now, and in less than 3 months. Right now, we are request approved $3.2 million. From that perspective, it's not about the importance or needs and for this work. It's about the rushness, and like my colleague Councillor mentioned that. And then if we don't have something in robust way or effective way and to reflect how this funding and city we provided and will actually achieve the outcome we expect to see. So from that perspective, I'm not feel comfortable, and then I think at this stage, and maybe like other councillors suggested, so we can come back to the fall or sometime something like that. And then my question, another question related to this is about for this $3.2 million for 2022, and that will be laid out in a grant form, and then what is processed and who is eligible to use this grant to support this work. And then I think that will be clear to present to us and for us to make this decision, because $3.2 million in these 3 months, that is a huge amount. And we need to be responsible and for the physical and for the tax dollars, money we paid.
Yeah, and Councillor, I'll just say that we absolutely have to work out the details of the implementation of how that $2 million is spent. But I want to point out that if we don't allocate those funds now, it's going to slow our ability to get the work done for the summer and the fall. So that's my concern. And I know we're not giving it to you with 100% clarity today, but I'm confident that in the weeks ahead, we will be able to do that.
Okay, thank you.
May I add to this piece?
Yeah,
briefly?
sure.
Which is, you asked how is the 1.174 million being allocated? And that is currently in the responsibility of a volunteer citizen committee to create a program and create parameters. And we haven't been able to do that as volunteers, especially because we've been working on the anti-racism strategy report. And if we don't put together some funding now, we can't continue this work. We can't continue to do the work that we need to do to create the implementation body. And I really do appreciate what I was missing and what the city manager brought in the confusion, which is what we're looking for is to come back to you in the spring to show you how we're building this body. But we need funds to start to build it. And when someone says to me that 3.2 million in 1 year is so much money for anti-racism, and I go, yeah, I agree, because my people, I mean, I'm born and raised poor. BIPOC people, especially excluded BIPOC people, it seems like an unimaginable amount of money, and it seems so much. But what is it in relation to the budgets of other programs or services? This is anti-racism alongside the climate emergency, and there's a very deep and clear connection between racism and the climate emergency. It is the most important issue of our generation, and in terms of the city budget, where we are talking about how less than 0.1% or is too much money to consider at this time. But we're asking for systemic change. So I want to lean into that, and I want to say that we want to get the work done. What is the cost of us not doing this right now? For the people who are being attacked, I mean, as we wrote the report, we were having the freedom convoys. There's a breakdown in trust between police. We had another Black man attacked on the streets of Edmonton. We had another Black Muslim woman attacked in her car with her children. What is the cost of us not putting systemic funds and leaning into this? If we wait till the fall, I think our communities will be too discouraged to believe that the city of Edmonton will do something about this.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Hi, sorry about that. So I just wanted to know, as far as building up and staffing this independent body, what are some of the challenges that maybe you've seen in the past, and I'll ask this to Ms. Sinha, with administration, like having administration do the recruiting?
Oh, thank you for the question. I think the hiring for this body will be the most important question, the key question. And I think BIPOC communities need to be centered in the planning and the design of how that is done. I do think BIPOC communities do notice that people who tend to succeed in recruitment in traditional city processes, including, and what was talked about earlier with Councillor Burkett on recruitment to the civic agencies, isn't always the same people who are connected to grassroots activism on the ground. And in fact, I do know that there is a desire from BIPOC communities to have some collaboration on the hiring of leadership within the city, to ensure that anti-racism is embedded. So we haven't kind of really formulated it yet, but I think the vision needs to be different from anything it can't be through the traditional recruitment that the city currently does. It has to be a separate system, separate structure.
And Mr. Corbold, administration's on side with that?
Yes, Councillor, I agree. It has to be different. I just don't know exactly what it'll look like, but yes, I would absolutely see that having to be different.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor.
And I would also say, Councillor, it's not unprecedented. City administration is not involved in the hiring of the city auditor. So there's no reason why we have to be involved in the hiring of this independent body.
Oh, that's good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, a couple of questions on the, I think the one thing that we haven't talked much about this is how anti-racism work actually ties to economic growth and economic opportunities. I want to get this perspective from young people about the retention of young people in the city. Right? If our city truly becomes anti-racist city, what kind of economic advantage that we would have compared to other cities? Just want to get a perspective either from Notion or Aisha or David.
I think one sector that lots of youth have difficulty with is social justice work. That a lot of my friends are in this work. A lot of people in CYC, they're not just in CYC, they're in so many other initiatives in Edmonton that try to achieve equality and equity in Edmonton. But that work is exhausting. And I know that this is something that ARAC empathizes with. It's something that the community speakers that you heard from today, they empathize with. That social justice work just isn't sustainable. It's not sustainable for them, and it's not sustainable for us youth either.
Yeah, that's not sustainable. I also want to know is that if you have a choice as young people to live in Edmonton or Vancouver or Toronto or New York, as a racialized person, one factor that you will consider is your safety, your well-being, your value, and how much community care for you, right? And if our city can have an edge, I think we have an opportunity to have an edge to be that anti-racist city. And that is a competitive advantage for our city, for you to stay here, for us to keep you here in this city. All nodding heads, right? So probably that's maybe Shalini, you from expert point of view, how much economic advantage that is, other than doing the right thing, which is absolutely important.
Yep, absolutely. I love where you're going with this question. And I do think that there are two really key things to talk about. One is quality of life, which includes the relationships in neighborhoods. Yes, it's absolutely known that racialized identities will move to places where they feel safer and more at home. And the more we take these initiatives to create Edmonton to be a place where people are not being attacked on the streets, and the Freedom Convoy does not feel like outside of Ottawa, the first place that it can take hold is here, because this is where it will have the most support. That is why it took up in Edmonton first, after anywhere else, or in Alberta first. That is absolutely true in terms of why people stay. But there's a second point that I do also want to make. When we ran our anti-racist process, fully listening, meetings, communication as volunteers, I do believe the quality of the work we returned and the depth of it was at a much higher standard than what the system was able to return then. Mm-hmm. And it was interesting for me to see the evidence on when you run anti-racism as a process, creativity, engagement, commitment all go up, and the outcomes are better. So we saw that absolutely with the report itself.
Yeah. So I think that's another perspective we need to apply to all these decisions we are making, right? And also, as far as funding is concerned, now we have this momentum going. If we wait till fall, right, my worry is that we will lose community interest, we will lose enthusiasm from young people who are involved, but also community wouldn't have the capacity to actually participate if we don't look at that funding now, right? So I think that's something to consider for council members. So, yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I could just add one thing to answer your question. I think once we establish the independent body and once we establish the high-level office in administration, I think a key deliverable from that could be clarity on the economic value of anti-racism. And I think that's one of the jobs that both those entities would need to be assigned so that we can demonstrate over time to Edmontonians that the answer to that question.
No, thank you for that, because a lot of organizations now actually applying that lens to diversity, inclusion, and anti-racism work, because it's becoming a competitive advantage. And a lot of people are looking at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everybody. I think it's ironic that as we speak, my office is on the phone with a local resident about the racism that he's facing when it comes to navigating government programs, and I'm sure we're not the only one. That every office hears these stories, and I think that gets to me. I guess to my last round here, I want to just talk a little bit about outcomes. I think these structural change is really important, but sometimes it takes time to translate into immediate improvement for people's everyday day-to-day life. Like this resident that I'm talking about, like the stories that we heard earlier from Mr. Cardinal, and with Miss Rahma, and she talked about the experiences of Muslim women on the street. And I'm looking at the 7 outcomes that you have laid out in the strategy, feeling hopeful that this will translate into those immediate outcomes. But it doesn't necessarily capture the pieces that we heard earlier around HR or tendering, those kind of corporate outcomes. And I guess I'm just wondering if you can, do you feel these outcomes are enough? What is missing? And because I think this is important, and this is what's going to drive all this work and conversation that Ms. Singha, you had talked about that you're going to do in preparation for that implementation plan.
Yeah, absolutely. So what I can say is that this motion, I believe, the creator, the maker of this motion is right here, so I don't mean to put words in mouth, but, it was about hate-based violence. And so when we did the work and when we looked at those outcomes and the mechanisms to achieve those outcomes, it was to address the motion on hate-based violence. And also we're coming here to say that this is where we've come so far. This is a living strategy, a working document, a work in progress, and it must grow. And I think all the points that were raised today are so valuable, and they all connect in. I would like to see the independent body over time being able to influence all these pieces. But we did start with that lens on how can we address hate-based violence.
Yeah, that's absolutely, no, I get that. I guess it's a question to the mover then, and the crafter of the emotion, Mr. Mayor. Would you be open to really having that conversation about really address those outcomes that was brought up by the public, because
Absolutely, Councillor Tang. I think that is why I'm so excited about creating this independent body, because then they are the drivers of the change, and they identify working with community where the barriers are, whether they're in broader community, whether they're within the city administration on procurement, whatever that's. I think that is. And the motion was kind of a starting point, and I think the 3 pillars are the foundation on which we can build out this work, right? So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I may want to just put an amendment to kind of be a bit more specific about that.
I think amendments probably may not be necessary at this time, because the way I see this is that let the independent group drive that change, right? What is missing? Let them determine what is missing, and then bring forward the changes, because there's a lot of missing here. I think procurement is only one thing missing. There may be tons of other things that are missing. I think put the ownership on the community to figure out what is missing and then include that. That would be my approach.
So I think I feel there is a bit of I guess a sequencing here. So when this motion came into being, the specific wording kind of led to the strategy that had very particular focus around hate-based violence. And that has been pointed out, also through our public speakers. And moving forward, I just feel like the wording, I think it matters. And sometimes, our administration is very particular about doing the work that's outlined in the wording. And I just don't want that piece to be missed out, because I'm also hearing we're going to be, having the team and to do the work and to set up the independent body, and then things will happen. But I also feel there's a piece that's going to be driving all that. Ms. Singha, I see you.
Yeah, I might just try and speak some words to bring some ease to this, which is that, when addressing hate-based violence, we tried to look at the causes. The causes involve systemic racism. The pieces you're talking about right now, Councillor Tang, are other aspects of systemic racism. And kind of once you let the anti-racism cat out of the bag, there are no limits to it. And I do support what Mayor Sohi is saying, that the independent anti-racism body will continue to evolve this work. I don't think there's anyone who's going to then, I think the intention of the body, and this is what's come from community as well, is that it will be able to make statements and make recommendations and create influence on all aspects of systemic racism. And I appreciate what you're saying about those mechanisms. The particular outcomes were related to violence, but I don't think there's any danger that issues of procurement or tendering, hiring, all those aspects won't be considered by the independent body as soon as it becomes able to do so.
Okay. That's it for me. Thanks.
I believe that concludes our questions. If I've missed anybody, now would be the time. Okay, just waiting for any technological lags.
You want me to close it, Mr. Chair?
Well, I was going to say, Mayor Sohi, that if anybody wanted to speak to the motion before you closed, now then would be the time to click in. We'll give that a second or two. Don't see anybody desperately waving. Councillor Tang, go ahead.
I feel like I've took up a lot of rounds today, but I just want to say, absolutely support the recommendations put forward. I think it's really critical to recognize these are structural change. We're not talking about programmatic change. These are structural, and these are things I've consistently heard over the years in the community. And I think, the delegation today, the speakers today have really highlighted when we talk about policy, there's always a window of opportunity. And I think right now there's a few pieces lined up to really, move the needle on this piece. And I think we shouldn't squander that opportunity. I feel like it's loud and clear. We can all agree on the what, but it's really the how. And I think at least, I've raised my concern. I'm hearing some reassurances on that. Lots around, landing on those outcomes, landing on the relationship building aspect, making sure as many folks as possible are included. And I appreciate this point that was made around engaging women, engaging some of the most marginalized. And I also don't think we should, I certainly think we should be also involving many of those community-based organizations with relevant experiences. And I also want to highlight sort of the impact of a strategy like this. It's not just for the city of Edmonton and our relationships with our various partners and communities. I think we've also heard through the speakers, it has impact on other sectors, with other community organizations, but also even potentially nationally. We've been known as the smart city. We've been known as city of champions. I think it'll be really incredible for Edmonton to be known as an anti-racist city. So with that, and I appreciate the feedback and for you to challenge me on some of my concerns. And I certainly want, various voices to be heard and for those concerns to be addressed throughout that process. It sounds very labor intensive, I have to say, but to get this far and to really change some of the processes that's, I would say, typical for city administration, I think that's actually quite impressive. So I'm looking forward to see how the next few months unfold, and I'm very looking forward to hearing any updates. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. When I first read through the report, I began to question how the anti-racism body could actually exist and remain independent. And I did consider different motions or wordings that to maybe change things and give me that confidence. But upon further reading, conversations, I then started to think, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? And with the three pillars, I was having difficulty reconciling how that body could be established without the support of city administration and their operational resources. And then on the other hand, I couldn't see how admin could rise to the challenge of developing a culture of anti-racism without input from that independent body. So they do have to run concurrently and collaboratively. I really do admire the time and effort and the passion that this group of volunteers has committed. And I know it takes a lot to be a volunteer. And I'm confident that those who've not yet had their voices heard and been included or have not felt that they've been included will now be part of that conversation and development of this going forward. And I also appreciate Ms. Irfan's words, acknowledging how her elders tend to look back on a time in their youth. I've done that myself, and maybe even thought that how they could change the world. But from the youth that I've seen represented here today and how involved and connected that other youth in my life are, and that might even include some of the staff in our own council hallway. I'm very encouraged that maybe they will be the ones that can help guide our city through this cultural change. So given the collaboration that's already occurred between the members of ARAC and administration, and as Ms. Sinha mentioned that the community would rather see this happen sooner rather than later, I don't think I have any other option but then to go ahead and fully support this recommendation and happily do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, do you mind moving a motion to extend orders to complete the agenda? I feel like we're pretty close. So.
Yes, okay. So moved.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. The vote's just coming now.
Councillor Jans is a yes as well.
Thank you. We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Thank you. We now go to Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. I just want to take this time to, again, really reinforce and thank our mayor for making this his inaugural motion to get this work started and really setting the tone for how important this work is for this council and for this city. And I think we're seeing it more and more, how important this work is daily. I want to thank every community member that put their mind, their heart, and their spirit into this work to come to us today in such a short timeline. And I know this work is really challenging, but it really is an opportunity unlike any we've had before. And I'm excited to see Edmonton as a leader in this space. I'm excited to support in any way that we can to make that happen. And while there's still a lot of details to be worked out, these 3 pillars are really exciting in the grounding they give us for the direction we're going to go, and really in ways that challenge the system, in ways that haven't been challenged before. And we saw that even in the development of this report. And so I'm very excited for this work. I wholeheartedly support it, and I wholeheartedly thank and honor everyone, including administration, for their time and their willingness to listen, learn, and act. And so thank you, everyone. I will absolutely be supporting this.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi to close.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Okay, I'm on, right?
Yes, you are. Yep.
Okay, good. Thank you for that. You know, I also want to thank the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee and Youth Council and other members from the Black, Indigenous, racialized communities for their hard work on this strategy, and also like Councillor Rutherford and anyone else and everyone else. I want to convey my deepest appreciation to our administration for embracing this new and sometimes very uncomfortable approach to the way we engage with the community. So this is has been very new process for everyone, and I believe that the racism and hate-based violence is something Edmontonians are ready and willing to tackle. And now we are actually building on that, as we heard today. And the unanimous vote that council gave on this was the start of that journey. And I think this report really demonstrates a unique opportunity to empower Black, Indigenous, racialized communities as partners and leaders in anti-racism work. We heard loud and clear from presenters today that anti-racism work is generational work, that we will continue to include or need to continue to include more voices in this important work as we develop and eventually move closer to the implementation of this strategy. And also that anti-racism work is a journey for growth, is a journey for learning. And today we heard from Shalini and others about the importance of that journey and why we need to come together. We also heard that there will always be tensions when we're talking about dismantling racist systems. It is hard work to change the way we have always been doing things. But I think acting on these three pillars will allow us to continue to rebuild those relationships with Edmonton's diverse communities. And I think the approach that we have taken to developing this strategy is transformative. It has been driven by the community in partnership with administration in a very, very collaborative way. So I look forward to actually, I'm very excited. I think today we are on a path that I truly believe that Edmontonians are yearning for leadership and this type of leadership. And I'm so glad that our council, our community members and administration are coming together to provide that leadership to make our city a safe place for all of us, and by coming together to truly, truly build an Edmonton for all of us. So thank you for all the work, and look forward to further engagement on this.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Please vote.
Jans is in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. So that will go up to City Council next week. That concludes our only item on the agenda. Are there any notices of motion or motions without customary notice? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thanks, everyone.